Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving. A country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I apologize on behalf of leadership for the delay in commencing today's proceedings. We had a number of emergencies to attend to this morning. My two deputies are still on with some of those issues, but I had to rush to come and start today's proceedings. So we were caught up in the milieu of so many activities, urgent matters that we couldn't ignore. So we apologize for keeping you waiting, particularly our honorable guests. You can see at the public gallery, it's completely full with, mostly I can see there's students. I don't think that they all even have seats. I see some people like at the back as if they are standing. Anyway, so we apologize for keeping you waiting because we are doing some other urgent national assignments. We move straight to item 4, which deals with the correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 1st August 2023, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 8. Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, respectfully, on page 7, name number 239, Tuferu Mohammed Hadi. The spelling here is different from the spelling on our website. And I've spoken with him. It's supposed to be T-U-F-F-E-I-R-U. But I've seen an inconsistency regarding the name on the captured on the voting proceedings and what is captured on our website. Names are very significant and important, so if the correction could be effected. Thank you.
Table office, take note and do the necessary correction. Page 8, yes, please.
Speaker,
Is it on the same issue?
no, on the members absent, item number 2, Adam Mohammed Amin, Doctor, MP for Karga. He was here yesterday, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, kindly take note. Page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 29, item 2V, Miss, it should be Sheila Battels, but it's been spelled Sheila. So S-H-E-I-L-A, not S-H-E-L-I-A. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office, take note. Page 30. Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, on page 30, Roman numeral XIV, Mr. Dela Kemevo, his designation, Director General Administration. I suspect it is Director Administration, but table office can check. Thank you.
Speaking this for majority and minority. Yeah, and then the J means some options.
I'll read through it.
We divide here. Okay.
Honorable members, page 31, page 32, page 33, page 34, page 35, page 36. Yes, Honorable Member.
Grateful, right, Honorable Speaker. Please, page 36, item number 1, III. It should be Ghana Link Network Services Limited, not just Ghana Link. There is no such entity. It should be Ghana Link Network Services Limited. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Table office kindly take note. Page 37, page 38, and page 39. Is it 38? 39, okay.
So, Mr. Speaker, the earlier correction I made should reflect at page 39, the officials from Ghana Link Network Services. That is from item number XXI at page 39.
Table office kindly take note. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 31st sitting dated Tuesday, 1st August 2023, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes, honorable members, I'm told you were on the media review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for 2023 financial year, and you want to continue with that. Is it the case now?
Yes, Speaker. If we vary the order of business, so we can do item 7, statement on page 4. So we'll conclude comments on the media budget.
Yes, minority.
Mr. Speaker, the understanding is that we will do the media review. So you are right. We'll move straight to the media review and take 5 each as agreed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So, honorable members, we'll go to page 4 of the order paper, item 7, statements, conclusion of comments. I have, with the guidance of leadership, a list of names from both sides of the political divide, and I'm informed and the understanding is that it will be 5 from each side of the House. And so we start with minority, and the first person is Honorable Samuel Ablakwa.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker.
I'm told you agree to 10 minutes each, so we go by that. Okay.
I'll be well guided, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by expressing the disappointment of the good people of this country we represent in this House, that the Honorable Ken Oforiatta is still the Minister for Finance and is the person who came to this House to present the media review. The clarion call of the Ghanaian people is that this minister, and as he demonstrated a couple of days ago, has run out of ideas, totally mismanaged the economy, and given us the worst economic climate in our history. He should not be the one presenting budget statements. And Mr. Speaker, I must state for the record that this House is not oblivious of the fact that the crisis we are in is self-inflicted, a crisis created by President Akufo-Addo but the vice president, who is manager of the economic management team, who chairs the economic management team. It's been a total disaster. As he goes around the country campaigning now, he only talks about digitalization. He does not account for his stewardship as chair of the economic management team. Then we have the finance minister, who, Mr. Speaker, the president told us, assured his party and our colleagues who rebelled against the finance minister, that after the IMF program, this minister will be shown the door. He will be asked to go home. The president clearly, as has become his stock in trade, cannot be trusted to keep his word and has kept the finance minister in office. That is very, very disappointing. But Mr. Speaker, talking about the IMF program, I was really surprised to see the minister's budget statement at page 6. This is a minister who assured this House and assured the Ghanaian people that we will not go to the IMF. He will not lead us to the IMF. Now, Mr. Speaker, at page 6, paragraph 36, the minister states, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that our journey towards securing an IMF-supported program has been characterized by speed and tact. Incredible, Mr. Speaker. The man who says he won't go to the IMF now says we should give him credit that he has gone with speed and tact. Where is credibility? Where is principle? Elsewhere, ministers will resign when they make a promise, they make a pledge, and they can't keep it. In Ghana, under President Akufo-Addo, they say we should applaud them. That what they said they won't do, now they've done it with speed and tact, with alacrity. So we should applaud them. Now, Mr. Speaker, ahead of this media review, Ghanaian women had agitated strongly that this media review should address a very important matter, a matter that borders on human rights. And Mr. Speaker, I recall that you also spoke emphatically, which was well received by the Ghanaian people, that the media review should abolish taxes on sanitary pads. It is an embarrassment that such a gross human rights issue did not receive attention from the finance minister. And Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that the majority of our population, in Ghana, women are in the majority. There were demonstrations. This House was petitioned. The Right Honourable Speaker was petitioned. The Women's Wing of the Socialist Movement of Ghana demonstrated. Gender activists demonstrated against period poverty, against the assault on womanhood. We know it is leading to absenteeism in our schools. I recall as Deputy Minister of Education, we had to roll out a program to address that, the Free Sanitary Pads Initiative, under the Secondary Education Improvement Project. Here we are, Ghanaian women looking up to the Minister for Finance. He comes and doesn't say a word. The height of insensitivity. And Mr. Speaker, I think that this House must establish strongly that we are totally appalled by the Minister's insensitivity. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister tells us, in the midst of this crisis, the chaos that he has created, the pain, the anguish, the suffering of our people, that he has turned a corner. This economy has turned a corner, and that things are beginning to look good. Mr. Speaker, sometimes you wonder if this finance minister lives in Ghana with us. My colleagues have dealt with the worsening macroeconomic indicators, so I do not want to go there. Only a few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association put out a statement and said that in 2022, by their count, Ghana has lost more than 4,000 of their members, their nurses, are living in droves for better living conditions, for greener pastures. Then they added, Mr. Speaker, and this was a statement signed by the General Secretary, Dr. David Tinkran Chum, that only this year, first half of this year, between January and July, another 4,000 have left. They added that 10,209 have served notice. They've already written to the GRNMA seeking clearance that they want to leave the country. health experts are warning that if something is not done to reverse this trend, there will be no health worker in our hospitals. So when the finance minister says that they have turned a corner, which corner, Mr. Speaker? Ghana Statistical Service is telling us that unemployment has hit an all-time high. Only one quarter in 2022, 1.7 million Ghanaians drifted into the unemployment category. Mr. Speaker, these are lives. These are terrible statistics. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, road contractors are owed in excess of 15 billion Ghana cedis. They've not been paid. NAPCO workers who were laid off several months now, they have not been paid. Exempted bondholders, the finance minister can't keep his pledge to them, including pensioner bondholders. So, Mr. Speaker, you look around from children, the youth, to the aged. Everybody is reeling under the mismanagement, the misrule, the gross incompetence, the insensitivity of this administration. And yet this finance minister comes here and tells us that he's turned a corner. Mr. Speaker, he reminds me of the Ghanaian musician a few years ago who sang that interesting song, One Corner. Mr. Speaker, after that song, there were lots of deaths. People were dancing with the song and the dance moves. People just go wild and go crazy. And that song killed so many people. I don't know if that's the kind of corner that the finance minister is talking about. The corner of death, the one corner of injuries, the one corner of casualties. It's not clear if it's that patapa kind of corner the finance minister is referring to. But clearly, all around us, we see despondency, we see depression, we see total pain and anguish. Then, Mr. Speaker, the finance minister also makes a very interesting comment at page 16, paragraph 84, under arrears clearance and prevention strategy. The finance minister tells this house that he is now implementing an arrears clearance and prevention strategy. And he says that, Mr. Speaker, as part of the measures to achieve the objective of bringing public finances back on a sustainable path, government is embarking on a number of expenditure efficiency drives, including the development and implementation of an arrears clearance and prevention strategy. Mr. Speaker, I submit today that this arrears clearance and prevention strategy is a sham. It's a total scam. If you look at public expenditure, Mr. Speaker, take the National Cathedral alone. As we speak, we have asked government to abrogate that contract. They have refused to abrogate that contract. And so, all this time that the contract subsists, Ghana now owes an additional $52 million, Mr. Speaker. And that includes $29 million of certified outstanding certificates, $30 million in interest payments, and the suspension claims, $10 million. In total, $52 million. And you tell us that you are implementing an arrears prevention strategy. Mr. Speaker, only a few days ago, I put out another scandal, Mr. Speaker, a scheme to rape 187, rape the Ghanaian treasury of 187 million Ghana cedis, with the Attorney General providing a lopsided AG's opinion without the input of GRA and the Ministry of Finance. 187.3 billion. And you have the President's cousin, Gabi Ochidako, championing that. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue this way. I submit that Ghana is where we are, not because of lack of revenue, not because we lack money.
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be 30 seconds, with your permission. 30 seconds. Just to place on record that, Mr. Speaker, if you look at petroleum revenues, Mr. Speaker, throughout the entire period of the NDC, we have done the analysis. We received only $2.8 billion. They have received, under President Akufo-Addo, I'm even being generous, $5.2 billion. $5.2 billion. So our issue as a country, Mr. Speaker, is not lack of revenue, but it's misrule, it's mismanagement. And when they talk about breaking the eight, what we must break is to break the corruption, break the ineptitude, break the cluelessness, break the visionlessness. break the insensitivity. That is what the Ghanaian people will do next year.
Honorable members, before we go on, I now have the list of our important guests at the public gallery. Let me acknowledge them before we go on. We have a number of schools, I think 5, coming from the Bunkrugu constituency, I think organized by the Honorable Member, Dr. Abed Nego Bandim, and so they are here to observe, to experience what takes place on the floor of Parliament. The students come from the following institutions. We have some from Kingdom Stars Academy. They are being led by the headmaster, Mr. Evans Bikpam. Please, may you stand up to be recognized. Where is the headmaster? Oh, okay. You are most welcome. Please, you may resume your seats. We have another group from Napanduri Senior High School, also led by their headmaster, Mr. Beliba Swayam. You are most welcome. Are those in front not part of you? They are not. Okay. We have another from Bimbangu Senior High School, led by their assistant headmaster, Moro James. You are also most welcome. And we have the 5th coming from Napanduri Presbyterian Senior High School, led by their headmaster, Mr. Issa Mohammed Michael. You are most welcome. These are the 5 coming from one constituency, and I'm sure through the intervention of the Member of Parliament. We have also present students from Leonardo Junior High School, that is from Tema East. They are led by the assistant headmaster, Mr. Bosco Ametepe. Please stand up to be recognized. Yes, you are most welcome. Then we also have students from Assemblies of God Church, North Kaneshi. They are led by an associate pastor, Pastor Kwesi Frimpong Enim. Yes, you are welcome. This is from the Okakwe South constituency. The last but not the least, we have her from Englishi Amanfro, led by the Assistant Headmaster, Academic Affairs, Mr. Sejro Raymond, and that is the senior high school referred to as Christian Methodist. Yes, you are more warmly welcome. So these are those you see lined up at the public gallery. If I get any more, I'll draw your attention to the presence of some people I see didn't get up. So it meant that there are some from some other institutions that have not been noted yet. Now we listen to the majority side, and we have the honorable member for Shefi Akutumbra, Honorable Alex Tete, to make his submissions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the mid-year budget review presented by the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I must thank to the Minister of Finance for making sure that it fulfilled the Public Financial Management Act and presenting the review on 31st of July. Mr. Speaker, I sometimes wonder, and I can't think far, that my colleagues from the other side portraying to Ghanaians as if they have not been in power before. Mr. Speaker, we all know that this country is facing a lot of challenges. And as a government, through the Minister of Finance, has admitted that indeed we are in a challenge and Ghanaians must bear with the government. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell my colleagues from the other side that the government has been bold and has been truthful to Ghanaians by cutting some of the expenditure. And this is a true statement that the Minister of Finance has actually presented to us. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from the other side, Honorable Okujeto Abrokwa, is presenting the fact that the sanitary part government has imposed tax on it. And I want you to recall that there is a report from AGI that government should allow the local companies to produce the sanitary pad in this country. And Mr. Speaker, these two companies are Sandra Industry and Fanning Industries. Mr. Speaker, if you compare the price from the foreign sanitary pad, as I speak, it's 15 Ghana cedis per one. The local companies are preparing or producing this particular sanitary pad at the cost of 11 cedis. And I want to ask Honorable Abrokwa, should we actually collapse the local industries in this country? No. If we impose tax in order to actually prevent importation to this country, Abrokwa is saying the government is insensitive to this particular price. And we are aware during the NDC time, there was taxes on condom and other in items. And it took the boldness of Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo government to remove some of the taxes as we assumed power in 2017. Mr. Speaker, let me say it, that all over this country, we know that we are in a hard time. And the whole world is also facing these challenges. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I written to a new item that Cameroon, people have lined up in the streets that they are not finding any food to buy. Yes. If you look at a newspaper or CNN, India is actually saying that you will not...
Member, I will give you a time, but for the issue of sanitary pads, I'm very, very, very passionate about it. Government should have a rethink about it, because the taxes is not only on the imported ones, even the local produced one are taxed. And so they came, they met me 2 days ago, the captains of industry in Ghana, and we went through the details. So when we talk about the taxing, it's not only on the imports, but even what we produce locally. They tax the raw materials and they impose more taxes on them. So they were complaining about the cost of production. And to the extent that some of them have folded up and they are rather importing from some places and selling. So it's something that I take seriously about. Don't let's miss the point. Was I will not tax a woman, my mother, for producing me. I don't support that at all. I don't support. So the state, the country should take this matter seriously. There are countries where it's for free. There are countries where a lot of the taxes have been removed. When we counted the taxes, they were about 15 or more on that product. That is an issue that I'm very, very passionate about. Yes, so you go on. It's just a guide to all of you, including the government. All governments that come, please How much do we make from this taxation? How much? How much? We can do without it. There are other ways of taxing. We like taxing the poor. We are not taxing the rich. We have to think through this together. That issue, I'm not shaking at all. We have to work on it. Please, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would at all times agree with you when you intervene to guide the House. But, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, I, in all humility, beg to disagree on the time chosen to admonish. Mr. Speaker,
I am not in a debate
Mr.
with
Speaker,
you.
Mr. Speaker,
I have the right to make comments.
That is so. Mr.
Resume your
Speaker,
seat.
Very well. Mr. Speaker,
please, Honourable Member, continue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I do accept your advice, but Mr. Speaker, the taxes that are imposing on the sanitary part is about the importation rather to actually protect the local industries. So, Mr. Speaker, as I'm saying, we are all aware that taxes normally comes in the form of a hardware, but as Ghanaians, we must accept that we should pay taxes to develop our nation and to allow foreigners to actually bring in more of this particular sanitary. But that is why government want to actually impose taxes on the importation. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we must start rethinking as a Ghanaians. And what has actually happened or transpired in the past 60 or plus years since independence? We have successive governments which has actually borrowed, and it is not only Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo led government that has actually brought this nation to this particular high time. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that most of the countries across the globe are facing challenges, as I said earlier. And my friends from the other side are trying to portray that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo led government is the most worst government in this country, which is not true. We are all in this country, just common cholera happened in this particular country. NDC couldn't actually fight, and we lost about 250 dead. Mr. Speaker, of all these challenges, of all this, we lost people in this country, 250, and died in this country. Mr. Speaker, government of all these challenges and all this high time, we are trying to actually fix this nation. If you come to the road construction, we are all in this Asin Plateau during the by-elections in Asin North, and we witnessed the construction of the Sufi Plateau First Christ asphalt roads that have been constructed and completed and hand over. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity once again to commend and thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic, by empowering our local contractors. Mr. Speaker, one contractor that both sides of the House has to commend and actually appraise is Manapoma, which is constructing of Angkor to Insawam Road. And Mr. Speaker, it's amazing that a local contractor is able to actually construct this particular road. Mr. Speaker, let me also say that some of the roads has been abandoned due to financial constraint. But I believe that the Minister of Finance has actually informed this House the government is cutting expenditure and realigning some of the expenditure to some sectors to actually feed the country and also develop our economy. Mr. Speaker, one thing as a Ghanaian that we need to do is to revisit and to write our goals. And the government is clearly stating that it's going to focus on producing more local food and other things to actually sustain the importation that we normally bring into this country. Mr. Speaker, I believe as a Ghanaians, if we redefine and change our attitude towards work, if we redefine and change our mind that we are all going to build a nation, I believe that with all this high time, we'll be able to come out from this particular hardship. Mr. Speaker, I know that if you compare the NDC government with MPP, MPP is far better managers of this particular economy. My friends from the other side can actually attest to it. So, Mr. Speaker, one thing I want Ghanaians to know, that the NDC is not a good manager of this particular economy. And we have the men, and as I said, that we are rebuilding the nation, and we will build it and fix it. And Ghanaians will realize by 2024 Ghanaians will actually renew their mandate of this particular government, and we will continue and we will break the 8. And let me tell my friends that they should prepare and remain in opposition, because the MPP government is going to actually rebuild the nation and redevelop whatever mess that we have caused, and we are going through to actually ensure that everything is on course. And Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, I thank you for your brevity. You see, I have more minutes, even though I use 1 minute of your time. Yes, so we move on to the next person. That is Honourable Dr. Clement Apak.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to comment on the media review budget statement presented by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, I must begin by expressing my excitement that the public gallery is fully occupied by the future of this nation. Our students, for whom we are here to work so that we can give them a better opportunity to do better than we are doing. Just because naturally my comments will center on matters to do with education. But for education, we wouldn't be here. We all know the value of education. And that is why it is crucially important that no matter what the consequences and challenges are, a government that is sensitive, that thinks far, and considers the interests of its citizens, would always apply resources, no matter how limited, to ensure that the future is not bleak. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, under the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia MPP-led government, we are witnessing the direct opposite. In fact, I don't even agree that they are in one corner. Mr. Speaker, they are running in circles. We are seeing no improvement. Mr. Speaker, let's begin with the issue of school feeding. We know one of the reasons why the school feeding program was introduced was to address what is described as short-term hunger. And the intent was to give this incentive to attract and increase enrollments and enhance retention. Just because as we speak today, not long ago, school feeding caterers were on strike for two reasons. One was that the fee that they were being paid to prepare meals to feed a child per day in our public school system was 97 Ghana pesos, Mr. Speaker. The amount of 1 cedi that was allocated attracted a tax of 3 pesos. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister, without an iota of shame, told us in this house, in paragraph 426, page 85, and with your permission, I quote, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana school feeding program coverage increased considerably from 1,671,777 beneficiaries in 8,326 public basic schools in 2016 to 3,801,491 beneficiaries in 10,832 public schools by 2023. Mr. Speaker, he goes on to say, the feeding grant cost per meal per child per day increased from 1 cedi to 1 cedi 20 pesos for the 2023 academic year. Mr. Speaker, minus the 3 pesos tax. What the minister is telling us is that he should be applauded for increasing the feeding grant in terms of the nominal value from 97 pesos to 99 pesos. Mr. Speaker, the same finance minister indicated to us that inflation is at 54.1%. Mr. Speaker, let's be realistic. The students are here. Who in this country today can afford to produce what the Ministry for Gender, Children and Social Protection describes as a hot, nutritious meal per day at 99 Ghana pesos, Mr. Speaker? And you tell us that you are doing well, we should applaud you. Mr. Speaker, a bowl of kenke, in fact, a boiled egg, today as we speak, cannot be procured with 1 cedi, let alone 99 Ghana pesos. Mr. Speaker, what is even more baffling is that when, after many instances of refusal by members of this current corrupt and inept government, they decided to go to the IMF in a stretcher. Government told the IMF, and if you were to look at page 12 in the staff level agreement, page 11, Mr. Speaker, point number 20, quote, the budget also increased the allocation to the Ghana School Feeding Program to offset the impact of inflation. Looking at the budget statement for 2023, the allocation for this year in question was 959 million Ghana cedis, and yet the minister could only manage to increase the feeding fee by only 2 Ghana pesos. Mr. Speaker, and we have indeed turned the corner. What corner? What corner have we turned? Mr. Speaker, capitation grant. The capitation grant is the fee that government remits to keep our public basic schools free. As we speak today, the most dreaded job is to become the head teacher of a public basic school. Mr. Speaker, for the simple reason that for the past 7 terms, the equivalent of 2 years, this government has failed to remit even 1 pesewa to public basic schools. Headmasters have had to take, head teachers have had to take loans to procure chalk, to procure attendance registers, to get carpenters to fix broken down doors and windows. Mr. Speaker, it has become so terrible that many headmasters are refusing to even go to the schools because they are being pursued. Others have gone on to credit these services because they cannot pay. Mr. Speaker, these days, our public basic schools, our students don't engage in culture and sports activities. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the challenges are dire. The future of this nation is bleak. Mr. Speaker, hitherto, it was the case that students in our public basic school system were given free school uniforms, free sandals, free exercise books. When was the last time anyone here heard that students were being given these items free of charge? And yet you say you are doing well, you want to break the 8. On what account? In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have retrogressed. We have retrogressed. Change can be positive or negative. But Mr. Speaker, the evidence is clear in every sector that when you consider January 2017 till date, we have retrogressed. We have not made progress. Mr. Speaker, textbooks. Government changed the curriculum and christened the new curriculum the standard-based curriculum. Mr. Speaker, that standard-based curriculum came into effect in 2019. Mr. Speaker, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, as we speak, there is no single basic school in this republic that has the full complement of the textbooks based on the new curriculum. Let's look at the issue of furniture deficit. Inadequate furniture is heart-wrenching. In the urban areas where the classroom sizes are big, a dual desk piece of furniture, dual, Mr. Speaker, means two, is occupied by not less than 4 people. In the rural areas, the kids are lying on their bellies simply because they want an education. This is how terrible the situation is. Mr. Speaker, when you speak, they say, oh, free senior high school. We admit free senior high school is a good policy. It has come to stay. We have embraced it. In fact, we started it. It is born of the Constitution. But the challenges there too, Mr. Speaker, are numerous. We have allocated and approved 11.9 billion Ghana cedis to finance the free senior high school policy from 2017 to 2023.
Your time is up.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to summarize, it is crystal clear that this government has shortchanged Ghanaians. And I agree with my colleague Okujeto Ablakwa, it is not that we lack the resources, but the resources are being embezzled and misapplied. There is no reason to keep 366 presidential staffers, invest our money into a needless national cathedral, and appoint a director for a port and a staff when our students cannot even be fed at a minimum of 3 cedis, 50 pesos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me.
Honorable members, go to the next person. We will now listen to the Honorable Member for Tema West, Honorable Carlos Kingsley Ahenkora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must commend you for mentioning my name in the proper way, in the proper manner. Those of them who mention it Ahenkra, that's brothalization, and that is not how it's mentioned. Ahenkra, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this all-important mid-year review by the commentator-in-chief of my colleagues here, the Finance Minister of Ghana. Indeed, I've been listening to my colleagues, and I think that they make very interesting comments, especially when it comes to names like Kenu Furiata, Dr. Baumia, Alan Chamati, and so on. And I am not surprised that they would shiver at the mention of these names, because these people have contributed a lot to the economy as we speak. And in any case, Mr. Speaker, in any case, if you want to compare the economy of the past government to President Akufo-Addo's government, today's government, Mr. Speaker, I would just pick 2 areas. Industry was growing at 1% in 2015, around the same time as we speak, whilst industry today is growing at 3%. The Speaker, even in the face of COVID and Russia, Ukraine. The Speaker, even agriculture that was growing negatively in their time, today is having a positive sign in 2022. So it tells a certain story. Mr. Speaker, if you give these 2 parties or these 2 governments opportunity to rule Ghana, one of them have the propensity to push this country forward better than the other. And of course, certainly the one that is going to push the country forward will not be them, but it will be us. Mr. Speaker, this budget, this review, what I picked from the information that the finance minister provided was the fact that the government of President Akufo-Addo intends to create jobs for the people of Ghana. As we speak, that is what we need to do as a country. And if you consider the fact that in bringing 1D1F, this country can boast of close to 300 companies, some of which are various stages of construction. And out of this 100 and so of these companies, about over 160,000 people are working. It tells you that if 1D1F
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I have an application to make. Mr. Speaker, it's been observed that when they get their turn to speak, we listen to them in silence. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Clement Apak spoke a moment ago. Our side remained quiet. Mr. Speaker, we remain quiet. You see, even now they are not even keeping quiet to listen to my application to you. Mr. Speaker, now is his turn, and they would want to disrupt, and to let the person lose his flow. Mr. Speaker, with respect, please draw the attention to this unacceptable approach in this chamber. Yes, it's an unacceptable approach. Just listen to us too in silence. Limit your bona fides of distracting us. That's the point I want to make. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, you are in charge. And if the deputy majority leader will be truthful to all of us, you cannot impute improper motives to this populous backbench that we have here. Your side is quiet because the members are not there. You are 16 out of 137. And that's why the place is quiet. If we are here supporting you to execute government business, recognize that. And don't impute improper motives to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, we are not debating. You are commenting on the statement that has been submitted by the Minister for Finance as a media review of the budget statement and economic policy of government. Earlier on, the Deputy Majority Leader wanted to draw my attention to the fact that I was participating in debate. That is what Order 90 talks about. It says, Mr. Speaker shall not take part in any debate before the House. And I stopped him because the House is not debating. The House is commenting on a statement that has been submitted. It's not debating. So I stopped him straight away and he respectfully resumed his seat. I think that I am in charge. I didn't want this matter to be raised because I know the response will come from the other side. And it will be drawing your attention to the emptiness of your back. And so I don't know why you raise it. But with this, I will allow him to land, and then we'll take a few minutes suspension and come back. If not, I'll allow my first deputy speaker to come and take the chair. First deputy speaker, second deputy speaker, right, to take the chair. Yes, go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been in the House long enough to get used to their heckling, so I'm not worried, except for the fact that sometimes they go about it the wrong way. But it's okay, Mr. Speaker. And also, I hope that my time will be restored. I only spoke for 2 minutes.
Yes.
Why?
It will be restored.
Are you the Speaker? The Speaker, as I was saying, this review, it's headed towards creating jobs for the youth of this country, Mr. Speaker. And if you consider the fact that but for 1D1F, over 160,000 people will still be on the streets among the unemployed, Mr. Speaker, you cannot tell me that the government of President Akufo-Addo has done anything. It when in your time, when you had opportunity, even just one factory, Covenda Sugar Factory, you couldn't make it work. Today you are coming to sit here to criticize somebody who is about to provide about 300 companies or 300 factories before he leaves office. Why would you even debate such an important situation where the government has openly come out with programs to instill some kind of, job opportunities to the youth? Mr. Speaker, one of the main reasons why 1D1F came to the fore was to produce for import substitutes. Mr. Speaker, no country thrives on imports. If you are a country and your economy sits on importation, Mr. Speaker, you are doomed. Why? Because if you have factories in your country, you have a certain social contract with these investors to employ the people from your backyard to ensure that at least the youth have work to do. Mr. Speaker, look at this scenario. If anybody imports goods from abroad, in moving the goods from abroad to Ghana, he has created jobs for so many people on the line. The person who manufactures and the people who work in that factory, the truck owner who carries the container from the factory to the port, the ship owner who carries the goods on his vessel all the way to destination, which is Ghana. All these people I've mentioned are foreigners. When it gets to the port,
Honourable Member, Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. I've instructed him to give you 2 more minutes. In addition to what you are entitled to. I said in addition to the time left for you.
Why? I'm choosing. Honourable members, order.
thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Tema West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just as I was flying, my colleagues there wanted to bring me down, but I will never come down because I know what I'm talking about. If anybody imports goods into this country, they have created jobs for so many people on the line, so the goods get to their warehouse here in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, just as I was saying, the manufacturer abroad, he employs people from his own country. Let's say goods is coming from Portugal. It's Portuguese youth or Portuguese employees who work on these goods. It says on a truck from the factory to the port, it's a Portuguese transporter. It says on a certain vessel and it comes to Ghana, it's either a Portuguese ship owner or a foreign ship owner. So all this time, no Ghanaian has gained anything on this import. It comes to the port. There are foreigners who are clearing goods for people in the port. If you are not careful and the foreigner clears your goods, it means that no Ghanaian has gotten anything out of this import. So the only thing that we get out of this import is a truck driver who will carry the goods to the warehouse of the importer, and the loaders or the laborers who offload the container into the port, into the warehouse. Just match this to somebody who has a factory here in Ghana. What he brings in is the raw material. The this person might be employing more than 100 or 200 people working in the factory to produce for sale here in Ghana. So therefore, if a government applies taxes on importation, it is only a deterrent measure to ensure that imports don't come into the country to collapse local factories. Because of the social contract we have these investors to employ the people from our country. So this government, as far as I'm concerned, is embarking on a venture to ensure that we have a lot more factories or businesses in Ghana to employ our youth or our lads when they get out of school. Let's think, who ever thought in Ghana that we were able or will be able to manufacture vehicles here in Ghana? Today, whether manufacturing or assembling, the value is the same. Mr. Speaker, today, when I drive in the streets of Accra and I see those little cars, Espresso, whatever, Suzuki Espresso, I just sit back in my car, my seat, and I laugh. Whoever thought this can never happen under the presidency of NDC? It's not possible. They have opportunity. What did they do? Nothing. So I want my colleagues to understand that if we are managing the economy better, they should allow us to manage the economy and stop all these, things that they are doing, which is not written in any book. Mr. Speaker, when they have the opportunity, they can.
Honourable members.
Let me finish mine, then they can continue.
Honourable Ahengra, your time is getting up.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, 2 more minutes. I want to also draw the attention to the fact that tourism in Ghana today is thriving. Tourism in Ghana today, on the back of the government of President Akufo-Addo, is becoming #1 in West Africa, if not in Africa. Yes. Who ever thought that the year of return could have seen such a massive growth in our tourism sector for 2019? Mr. Speaker, don't forget that recently we just commissioned a brand new Kwame Nkrumah Museum. And we are going to do even more. Yes. Before the end of 2024, you will see wonders. So I want you to understand. As we sit here,
thank you, honourable member.
Do not compare at all to this side of the house.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me now invite honourable member for Tamale South, the immediate past minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the mid-year review of the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I will endeavor to keep my remarks as short and brief as an old woman's dance. But Mr. Speaker, first of all, to draw attention and to make an application to you that going forward, I just heard Right Honourable Speaker Bakbin himself speak on it, that on this matter of mid-year review, we are not debating, and that we are commenting. And Mr. Speaker, to make an application to you that this House must take a serious view and probably change our position in the manner that we deal with matters bordering on the exercise of oversight, particularly financial oversight and budget oversight. If a mid-year review budget statement comes before this House, and members of Parliament who are representatives of the people are only allowed to comment, we are debasing the authority of elected representatives. And Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to a comment by Lloyd George when he said that the House is the sounding board of the nation. It both speaks for and speaks for the people. And therefore, Parliament remains a forum for debate. Therefore, when we take a matter, and I'm referring you even to Article 1798, mid-year review of budget statement, whether supported by supplementary estimates or not, is a constitutional obligation that elected representatives must be given their abide substantially on that matter. But Mr. Speaker, now to the substance. I'll limit
That honourable former leader, commenting and debating, me is just semantics. They are almost the same.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
What honourable Ahengra just did, how will you describe it? For
Mr.
me,
Speaker, thank you.
You can use the operative word, but
So,
for me, they are
Mr.
almost the same.
Speaker, to the new patriotic party government headed by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, this mid-year review budget was more of a soundtrack to please the IMF and to play to the IMF and to satisfy the IMF than to satisfy the suffering Ghanaian people, than to relieve the business and private sector of Ghana, whose businesses have collapsed because of their the bad management of the Nana Akufo-Addo government. Mr. Speaker, I'll take you through memory lane. In paragraph 2 of page 12 of the 2019 budget statement, this is what the Minister for Finance said, and I quote, "We are now on course to exit the IMF program. By the end of this year, it has been a collective effort by all of us, government, for exercising the kind of macroeconomic competence and discipline that was evidently lacking in the past. So it's now evidently present that you are competent, you are incompetent, and you are indisciplined, and you call yourself better managers of the economy. Why are you back to the IMF? If in 2019 you said exiting the IMF was the best thing to happen to this country, then it means that you have demonstrated mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues opposite forget that even in 2016,
Your pledge to the Ghanaian people was from taxation to production. Now you come here, as we were reminded by the Honorable Okujeto, and then the minister is boldly telling us that no new taxes, but no revision of taxes. The essence of a mid-year review budget is to listen to the stakeholders, and the stakeholders are saying that we expected revision of taxes, and that government will do away with a number of taxes, particularly the COVID tax. COVID has since stopped in 2020. Why are you still taxing Ghanaians? Because, Mr. Speaker, every tax operates as a cost to business, and that affects their profitability, and that affects how they create jobs. Mr. Speaker, let me focus only primarily on debt. This government, in 2017 January, President Akufo-Addo stood here and said colossal John Dramani Mahama NDC debt of 120 billion. Today, I'm looking for a better English word, better than colossal. The debt is 575 billion, not 120. What have you used the money for? What have you used the money for? And still, you expect that we should not say that you have recklessly mismanaged the economy. Mr. Speaker, I'm narrowing myself to public debt, as I have said. And when the minister said that we have turned the corner towards a ditch, we have had domestic debt exchange. And Mr. Speaker, I say on authority, Ghana has not concluded its negotiation with external creditors on our debt, which is around 31 billion US dollars. Mr. Speaker, we owe China 1.9 billion. Bilateral creditors we owe, and even Euro bond holders we owe. Mr. Speaker, there is no indication here that there is finality to it. Even the common framework. And Mr. Speaker, for bilateral creditors, government of Ghana owes 5.6 billion, China 1.9 billion US dollars, and then commercial creditors 6 billion, including those of Euro bond. The domestic debt, even though they are saying is around $28 billion, I have 31 billion US dollars. So, Mr. Speaker, if you have not concluded your external debt restructuring, how do you say you have turned the corner? It simply means that it's premature and over-ambitious to think. The minister thinks that end of September, Ghana will be out of the woods. Even the first quarter of next year will still be problematic for us. Mr. Speaker, it took Zambia 1 year after it applied for the common framework to get some acceptability of debt forgiveness of up to 6 billion from the Paris Club and China. So when the minister Kenufo-Arata says that he has turned the corner, then, Mr. Speaker, I conclude just on the following. All foreign loan projects have come to a standstill. Contractors have abandoned sites and have stopped work. That has contributed further to the increasing unemployment in our country. Are we asking ourselves as a parliament, what will be the cost of completing those projects? And Mr. Speaker, I refer to the budget statement where government itself talks about the Sino Hydro project and states in the project that, and I refer to page 80, Mr. Speaker, when you see Sunyani Inner City Roads, 81%, Roundabout Interchange Project, Takoradi, 80%. What explains the fact that this 20% has not been completed? Because the contractor has abandoned site. There are some of the contractors that government owe. The Financial Times in December reported that Ghana has decided that it will no longer service its external debt. So, Mr. Speaker, all the contractors who have abandoned site, who were working on foreign-funded projects, are vacating their sites. What will be the cost to our country must be of concern finally to us. Then, Mr. Speaker, unemployment is still unacceptably high. Unemployment is still unacceptably high. Youth employment is still a problem in our country. Mr. Speaker, the minister reports that he has released some 134 million to the Youth Employment Agency. That is inaccurate. The Youth Employment Agency, from my records, I have some of the attachments of the warrants here, have only received 80 million. So that gap, that deficit, when he comes here, the Minister for Finance owes us sincerity, because the unemployment crisis is a national security crisis. He should endeavor to make releases. A promise was made of 347 million for the Youth Employment Agency. Only 80 million have been received. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the minister must endeavor to keep faith with his word.
What? Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that Honorable Haruna Idrisu started at 2:40. It's only 2:49, so he still has 1 more minute left. Mr. Speaker, as soon as
whose time are you using?
The time, Parliament's time, Mr. Speaker. Time on the speaker. So that's what I'm.
You were saying he started at 2:40.
I took note
from you, but I didn't see it that way. And he himself have already indicated that he was ending anyway. So let me come to. Is it Honorable Kosiapa? I don't have that here.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, it's the turn of Honorable Kobi Ochodako. We made an amendment. We amended the list. So Mr. Kobi Ochodako, the MP for Takoradi, is here.
Mr. Speaker, we were supposed to submit the names to you. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that he's picking the prayers as and when our colleague speaks. It shows clearly that they don't have the prayers to pray this match.
Don't worry.
Don't worry. Just to draw attention.
Honorable Western Regional Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that usually for debates, it would have even been better not to even send a list, so that the momentum would have been generated as we go along. Mr. Speaker, if we take the mid-year budget review, you realize that this is a country that is on the right path, and it's a country that is picking up the pieces together to make sure that this country becomes greater and stronger. For this year mid-year review, you see that unlike in the past, when government comes to the House to ask for additional financing, in this particular case, clearly, government has said that they are not asking for additional finance or additional funds. And clearly this shows that this government is being prudent in managing the economy of this country. A lot of debate has come from the other side on issues that they've been raising, unemployment rates and all that. But Mr. Speaker, what we need to appreciate is that this budget review is a budget review that is poised for action and is poised to make sure that the objective of going under the IMF program are met, and also to be able to get the needed resources from other partners to support us to go ahead. One of the key issues that was raised by the minister was the restoration of inflation to a single-digit figure. Mr. Speaker, everybody in this country knows that when we took over government in 2017, we were able to return the country back to a single-digit inflation, and we maintained it for a very long time. It is out of COVID that we've had a series of difficulties that we needed to fix. Mr. Speaker, in COVID times, even just a nose mask, which used to cost just 1 cedi, all of a sudden had a price tag of 10 cedis. Clearly, you realize that some of the effects of the input into the current inflation we are facing is out of greed. It's clearly out of greed, not through even costs. And therefore, I believe that the issue of greed inflation is something that we also need to be looking at to make sure that we can push people to stop this bad habit of making sure the prices of goods and services are always up in the country. We are aware, for instance, something like oil was around 1,200. Today, as we speak, it's come down to about 480, and in some instances, 400 Ghana cedis. So I believe that the issue of greed inflation is one thing that we need to work on as we try to bring the inflation back to a single digit. But Mr. Speaker, one of the beautiful things that I like about this particular media review is the new arrangements that the minister is bringing on board to make sure that this country can get back to work. Mr. Speaker, if you take some of the areas that the country is looking at, is the issue of industrial zones. industrial zones. Mr. Speaker, all over the world, when you want to build a nation, you need to build it entrepreneurially. Mr. Speaker, if you take the US, if you take UK, if you take Switzerland, if you take Canada, they've built the economy on the private sector. That's what they've been able to do. And that is what has made their countries very, very sustainable. And if you take what the minister brought to this house as part of the media review, there are a lot of things that he's doing to support the business sector to build them up. Mr. Speaker, currently, government has disbursed, for instance, 450 million Ghana cedis to the private sector. And they want to increase that through the CBJ to 1 billion. And I believe that is the areas we need to continue to support government to be able to do them. If you also take GIF is now being supported to be able to play a more active role in the productive infrastructure development, so that they put in infrastructure that can generate revenues. For instance, if you take the inland port of Kumasi, GIF is a major supporter of this project. And these are some of the projects we need to do to create productivity in our system and to make sure that we can generate more revenues, we can generate jobs, and this economy can go forward. Because currently, as we speak, after the COVID and all the Ukrainian problems that has had its own negative multiplier effect and negative external effects on us, we need to double our production. We need to be more productive so that the hole that we are in, we can get out of it. And we can only do that when we invest in productive assets. And I believe that is the only way out of our predicament. And that is what government is currently doing to support this country. If you come to the area of, say, even infrastructure in the area of railway, the NPP government have built more railway lines than any other government. If you come to the western region alone, western region, we are doing 100 kilometers, and we have already done 20 of that from Eshem to Manson, and very soon we'll be getting into Tuta. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Pristia Winnie Valley, we've also opened another front of construction in Winnie Valley. And my own office, the Western Regional Coordinating Council, we have also done the acquisition of the land for government so that we can be able to do this work as quickly as possible to make sure that the Western region country continue to suffer the problems I've outlined earlier. But like you are aware, we cannot go forward if we don't invest in productive assets. And if we take what we are doing with jobs, Mr. Speaker, we have moved from the peasant farming of 10 acres each, which is more sustainable. Today we talk about young people not getting into agriculture. But if we take the instance of, say, Bob Oil or Nopam in Western region, these are commercial farms that have outgrower farms. And they are able to convert, which are small-scale farmers or peasant farmers, to this large industrial estates. And they are able to keep that sustainability going. So if you come to Bob, it's been there for a very long time, and they are still sustainable. If you come to Nopam, they are still there and it's more sustainable. So if you take the agenda we have set ourselves for PFJ 2.0, the second phase of planting for food and jobs, Mr. Speaker, that is a clear manifestation of a budget review that seeks to make sure that this country can grow to become greater and stronger. If we take the issue of promotion of tourism, I mean, we've all seen what had happened at the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum. I visited it just last 2 weeks. And Mr. Speaker, it shows how we continue to invest in productive infrastructure. Productive infrastructure. And therefore, I do believe that that is the way to go. Mr. Speaker, like I also made mention, the industrial parks.
Honourable member, get ready to.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I've not gotten anywhere.
I'm monitoring the time, please.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. And whilst we look at these things, like I continue to say, we need to continue to invest in productive assets. And one major asset that we've had in this country that we've had difficulties with are state-owned enterprises. If we take this year mid-year review, you see that there's a sharp focus on state-owned enterprises to make them better, to make them more productive, and we want to make them, give them the support and the ability for them to turn around and contribute to jobs and contribute to the revenues of our country.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I'll say that this media is one unique budget review that first and foremost did not come here to come and ask us for more money. They are using what they have. They have even reduced expenditure, yet they are going to be able to support this country going forward into 2024. And I believe that this is the best time to support government to succeed to make this nation greater and stronger. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We will now turn to Honorable Kwame Abuja. Honorable Kwame Abuja. We don't have your name in the list, but you spoke yesterday.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Whip, hold on. Didn't you speak yesterday?
Honorable Speaker, I was just drawing your attention to some concern we raised yesterday. Again today, the Minister of Finance who came here and read a statement, a very important media statement, is not here. His deputies are not here to make comments and take the feedback, very important feedback from members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this must be of concern to you. Wait.
Who?
The Chief Director and the Deputy.
Do we do a deal with Chief Director?
They will come out. The Minister was here. The Speaker, the Minister was here. The Deputy Minister was here.
Honorable Member for Dorman East. Honorable Member for Dorman East. The fact is that it's the ministry that have presented a statement. Members are commenting on the statement. I think it's prudent that if even the minister will not get time, the Minister of State or some of the deputy ministers must be here so that they take notes of all what we are saying. I mean, at a certain point in time, we have to.
The Speaker, we'll go by directive.
Honorable Kwame Oja, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I would plead with you that I was coming to comment on the review, but I was hoping that somebody, the minister, and then 2 or 3 deputies, 3 deputies, and then 1 minister of state should be here, Mr. Speaker. I would recommend that you suspend sitting for 1 hour. Let the government side go and look for at least one of them to be here before, because Mr. Speaker, leadership is even concluding today. So I would recommend that we suspend for 1 hour. They go and look for one of the deputy ministers or ministers before we continue, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, available leader.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that we can go ahead. Yesterday, we were doing it. The deputy minister is here. So we can go ahead, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Kwame, now you can speak.
The budget as read by the finance minister. But Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned about something. The finance minister stood here and said that we have turned the corner. Mr. Speaker, if the finance has got a driving license, I would recommend that driving license is withdrawn immediately. Because we don't have corners on roads, we have curves. If you've been driving in corners, then that is a very dangerous driver. That amounts to reckless driving. So his driving license must be withdrawn for us to investigate whether that is what he's been doing. Mr. Speaker, but let's get to the point, Mr. Speaker. I just heard some of my colleagues make a few comments about this budget. Mr. Speaker, if you read the 2023 budget itself, the government said they were actually deploying 7-point agenda to underpin the 2023 budget. The review done by the finance minister totally ignored these 7 points. He never even mentioned anything about it. And Mr. Speaker, I will focus simply on the road sector. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, each and everyone's community is replete with extremely bad roads. Mr. Speaker, you may be aware, and I know even in Kumasi, there are bad roads. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, there are Cocoa Road contractors at the Speaker's office following up on their petition of their certificate not being paid. This government owes road contractors about 15 billion Ghana cedis. That is an example of collapsing businesses. That is lack of jobs, because these contractors, Mr. Speaker, 70% of the contractors are not on site. Mr. Speaker, I just read in the document the finance minister saying that some projects are not on site. Mr. Speaker, ask one of the clerks to go to OBHB Lamte today and find out if the contractor is on site. The contractor has packed out. So which project is going on? If you go to Tamatu Akosombo Road, the contractor is not there. Go to Tamamoto Way towards the Central University, the contractor is not there. So which project at all is going on as we are talking about? We are in a terrible state, Mr. And to make things worse, Mr. Speaker, this government stands here and tell us that they are doing very well. Were you not the ones who told us just recently that year of roads, you built 10,800 kilometers of road? When we told you were lying, where are those roads, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, indeed, the government has awarded some road contract. But Mr. Speaker, many of these contracts are not active.
It's only in enough.
Mr. Speaker, just to draw your attention to this, Mr. Speaker, I've seen in this document the government saying that they are going to do Temamoto Way. And there's a concession agreement. Mr. Speaker, very, very interesting. This government said they have awarded the Accra Temamoto Way on the 16th of December 2020 to a company called Muta Angels. Mr. Speaker, if you have actually awarded this project to Muta Angels, what are you coming to do in the House? Mr. Speaker, we are hearing that the government intends to come back to Parliament to say they are awarding this project, Mr. Speaker. It is very ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, if you have awarded this job and then you didn't implement the contract, you are coming to this House, Mr. Speaker, they are telling us in this document that Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund are the ones that are going to fund the Accra Tamamoto Way. So we will go and borrow money, put in the Ghana Infrastructure Fund, and let a foreign company come and do this job. We can guarantee you, we will never support you. What is the name of your party? New Patriotic Party. Where is your patriotism? You better change that middle name to Patapa, because it's nothing to do with patriotism. How can you go and borrow money and Ghanaians pay, and then you want to give that money to a foreigner? What have I said wrong? I am saying that your middle name as a party is New Patriotic, the P is patriotic, and I can't see any patriotism in you. And I said that change it to Patapa. What is the problem about that? Because you can't was it not in this House that I told you that the contract with Muta Angels is an illegal contract? You issued a press statement against me today. Go and take your press statement and read. We are just telling you, as for the motorway contract, if we are going to use our money, it must necessarily be done by Ghanaian contractors who you already owe 15 billion Ghana cedi. Muta Angels, if they go and bring their money, they can do the job. But my taxes cannot be used to pay Muta Angels. Mr. Speaker, secondly, Mr. Speaker, secondly, did I hear anybody say that you have done work on a railway? Show me which railway has been built and is in use. Show me. Mention the name, the deputy leader. Which railway? And which country? Is it the one that John Mahama did from Tamatumpakadan? In fact, to Akosombo, because we wanted to use the Akosombo port. You change it to Mpakadan because you want to award a new contract on the bridge. Now, you have taken the railway to no man's land. So even if you commission that railway tomorrow, it goes to nowhere. You have changed the alignment to Mpakadan. So even if you hand over tomorrow, the railway to nowhere.
Honorable Whip, hold on.
You know, organize. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whilst the clerks at table were engaging your attention, the Honorable Chief Whip of the minority actually used a word which is downgrading of this side, the majority side, even though that the majority side should change its name from New Patriotic Party to Patapa. Mr. Speaker, even though looking in the House, it can be very clearly pointed out to who is Patapa, but it does not lie in the mouth of the Honorable Chief Whip to describe or call the New Patriotic Party using his probable description. So I think, Mr. Speaker, you should ask him to withdraw the reference of Patapa to the New Patriotic Party. It is unparliamentary. If we were to refer to his conduct, it may generate discussion, even though it may be apt, it may generate controversy. So I ask that he should withdraw the prescription of Patapa.
Honorable Minority Whip, my attention was actually, but if indeed you use the word Patapa, I don't think it's parliamentary.
Mr. Speaker.
So I know you will withdraw.
Mr. Speaker. I actually didn't say the middle name is Patapa. I said I will recommend they change the middle name to Patapa. But if they don't want the Patapa because we are in Parliament, then we can have the discussion outside. I withdraw it on the floor. We can have the discussion outside. But I sincerely encourage them to consider their middle name for patriotic, because I can't see any patriotism in what they are doing to this country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to draw attention whilst we are talking about railway. Mr. Speaker, at the Public Account Committee last week, it turns out that Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, a fund that actually of which is being used to pay for the Terminal 3, which is generating revenue, somebody in this government have doled out $2 million of that money to a phantom company that doesn't exist, Mr. Speaker. We are urging the majority, look for whoever received that $2 million from Ghana Infrastructure Fund and return the money. You must pay that money back. You must pay that money back, because $2 million, Honorable Abna could have been able to pay buffer stock suppliers, could have been able to pay this Assembly Common Fund. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the Sky Train, upon which $2 million have been paid, Mr. Speaker, we cannot do this debate without demanding this. Actually, the minister can tell us who actually received that money. And Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I recommend that Ghana Infrastructure Fund be brought back to Parliament through the relevant minister to brief us. Because, Mr. Speaker, the decisions that they are taking in terms of investing our money is becoming a problem. During the Public Account Committee meeting, it turns out that the two-story uncompleted building called Pullman Hotel, the Ghana Infrastructure Fund has told that they have actually invested $25 million in that project already. $25 million on a site that there's no work going. Mr. Speaker, we are doing a review of the 2023 budget. This budget, the summary of this budget is what the finance minister said. The finance minister didn't even understand what he was saying. The fact that he said we have turned the corner when driving tells us that he doesn't know what he's doing, because no driver makes reference to corner. In fact, if anything at all, is a curve. And the recklessness of this government in every sector of our economy is legendary. And for now, Mr. Speaker, the agenda for the year of road is finally and completely gone. There's no year of road. Next year, we'll see whatever you bring to this country. We thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we thank this government very much for making our lives so miserable. We'll cure this in 2024. We thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Can we invite Honorable Gifty Chuma Mpofo, Deputy Minister for Education, to also take his turn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement of the mid-year budget. Mr. Speaker, for every country to develop. It is therefore crucial to invest heavily in the human resource development, and that is education. Mr. Speaker, in education, there have been numerous investments in education. And now, it is important that we appreciate that in developing human resource, some of the investments are tangible and others are intangible. For instance, for government absorbing school fees and all others in the project of free SHS is intangible. So if you're looking for it, to touch it, you won't find it. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk about a tangible project where we can go to the areas in the various communities to see them, to appreciate the investment that we have made. Mr. Speaker, since 2017, only GEF Fund had completed 259 projects since 2017. Out of these, 1,314 were legacy projects. And with the legacy projects, 643 were basic school projects, 528 were SHS projects, E-Block were 14, TVET projects 127. All these were legacy projects that have been completed. Mr. Speaker, the legacy projects are projects that we inherited, which were not completed, and we completed them. Mr. Speaker, 945 projects were new projects that were started in 2017 till date, and they are also completed. Mr. Speaker, out of these projects, we have 1,114 being basic school. And with the basic school, we're talking about classroom units. KG, we have modern KG, a number of them all over the country. Every region has a number of these projects with the KG. Mr. Speaker, we also have 6-unit classrooms.
Honorable Minister, just address me. Ignore them. Address
Mr.
me.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also have a number of 6-unit classrooms all over the $119 million. We had used it to furnish and retool in some areas, build complete workshops for 13 second cycle TVET. Technical universities are well furnished with state-of-the-art TVET equipment. Mr. Speaker, we also have a facility in 2 tranches of 6.4 million euros each, and using this to expand and retool already existing TVET second cycle equipment. And we could find some at Kwadaso Methodist, find some at Harvard Technical Institute, St. Joseph's at Kwautafo, just to mention a few. Mr. Speaker, we also have a funding of $139 million from Planet One, now Planet Core, which we had used to renovate, expand, retool, facelift all the MVTIs, which were 34, together with their headquarters 35, OIC headquarters 36, to furnish all these institutions to bring them to a world-class institution. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all this, we also had amateurs ensuring that our technical universities are placed in a position where they have befitting administration blocks and also classroom units. Mr. Speaker, apart from all these infrastructure that we have done, since 20, thousands of students have also benefited from Get Fund scholarship. Some are internal, and in all the tertiary institutions, we have a number of students who have benefited fully or partially from Get Fund scholarship. Mr. Speaker, in areas of ensuring that individuals within the country who are not traveling beyond our borders, we also, Get Fund also supported them. Mr. Speaker, with all this, it is obvious that the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is ensuring that we invest heavily in human resource development, which countries like
Honorable
Singapore
Minister, your time is up.
and Malaysia didn't have the natural resources, but when they spend money to develop the human resources, that is where they've gotten to where they are. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Now we are taking the last round of the comments from the leadership. From the leadership, we will begin with Honorable Atto-Forson. But before then, let me be sure, how much time did you allocate to the leaders? $30 minutes. Very well. Yes, Honorable Atto-Forson, let's. Very well. You will be 20.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that this is the first media review post Ghana's new IMF program. Again, Mr. Speaker, it must also be made clear that this is the worst form of an IMF program since Mansa Musa went on the famous pilgrimage to Mecca. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians must understand that clearly it is not the IMF which has imposed these horrible conditionalities on austerity on them. In fact, it is rather the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the economic mismanagement team led by Alhaji Bawumia that has imposed these horrible conditionalities on the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is the only IMF program that came with debt restructuring. Again, it should be noted that this is the first in the history of the Republic of Ghana. This debt restructuring program has impoverished the rich, the middle class, and to a larger extent, the poor. Mr. Speaker, this same debt restructuring has rendered our banking and financial institutions insolvent, virtually bankrupt. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, almost all our banks, non-bank financial institutions, and insurance companies declared huge losses in 2022 as a result of government recklessness and mismanagement, which resulted in this debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, our country is in distress, our people are in despair, and most Ghanaians have lost hope in this incompetent MPP administration. Mr. Speaker, all the hardships we are seeing and experiencing are avoidable. In fact, these hardships are needless. Right, Honorable Speaker, the level of economic adjustment that we have witnessed in the last 12 months have never happened in the history of Ghana. This is the worst economic adjustment we have seen, even palm-scarred than what we are seeing so far. Inflation rose to a hyper level of 54.1 in 2022. This is unprecedented in the history of the Fourth Republic. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana cedi depreciated from 6 Ghana cedi to $1 to over 15 Ghana cedis to $1 in the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, this is over 100% depreciation on a straight line calculation. Mr. Speaker, depreciation coupled with inflation have reduced the rich to a middle class, and above all, the poor have become poorer. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana printing of money caused the depletion of Ghana's external reserves, which resulted in the unprecedented depreciation of the Ghana cedi, which obviously is the main cause of the inflation we are seeing so far. Mr. Speaker, an estimated 850,000 Ghanaians were reported by the World Bank to have pushed further down the poverty line in 2022 alone due to the inflation we experienced. Mr. Speaker, the government admitted in paragraph 2 of the Memorandum on Economic Policy that was sent to the IMF that the illegal printing of money by the Bank of Ghana, which was supervised by the Economic Mismanagement Team led by Mr. Strategist, caused this hyperinflation of 54.1% in the year 2022. So, Speaker, after spirited denial by the Bank of Ghana and the government, now thanks to the IMF, the government has come to admit that indeed the Bank of Ghana printed money to finance its over-bloated expenditures in the year 2022. So, Speaker, paragraph 8 of the IMF staff report further gives further details that the Bank of Ghana illegally printed over 45 billion Ghana cedis, representing 7.2% of GDP in 2022 alone, and another 35 billion in 2021, first in the history of Ghana. The Speaker, the Bank of Ghana is certainly a crime scene. Certainly a crime scene. And it should be noted that the economic money by Alhaji Bawumia aided and abated this crime. So, Speaker, this singular crime by the Bank of Ghana is responsible for the additional 850,000 Ghanaians who have moved from poor to poorer and into extreme poverty, according to the latest World Bank report. So, Speaker, the key members of the Economic Mismanagement Team that superintended and supervised this economic crime are: number one, Dr. Alhaji Mahmudu Bawumia, aka Mr. Strategist. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, number two, we have the almighty Ken Oforiatta. I call him aka One Program, One Bond. Mr. Speaker, we also have Governor Ernest Addison, aka the printer, who prints money for the government. Mr. Speaker, what a solid economic mismanagement team. What a solid economic mismanagement team that has mismanaged our economy and our livelihood to this level. Mr. Speaker, no thanks to this economic mismanagement team. Our public debt increased from 120 billion Ghana cedis to 600 billion Ghana cedis, an increase of about 400% within a period of 6 years. Mr. Speaker, as a result of this high level of debt, Ghana defaulted in the repayment of both our domestic and foreign debt, the first time in the history of our country, making pensioners to picket at the Ministry of Finance to demand the payment of their interest and principal, another first in the history of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, rating agencies downgraded Ghana's credit worthiness to D, in other words, super junkie. So, Speaker, that is where we are as a country. This made us a baller economy, which required our outgone Minister of Sanitation to probably clean up. So, Speaker, the Honorable Madam Cecilia Dapa must probably clean up this mess before leaving office. So, Speaker, the unsustainable debt levels resulted in the painful domestic debt default. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's financial sector has virtually collapsed. Virtually collapsed. All 23 banks in Ghana recorded massive impairment losses of over 18.3 billion Ghana cedis in 2023 alone. So, Speaker, to give you the details, Absa Bank recorded a loss in 2022 of 2.1 billion Ghana cedis. Access Bank recorded a loss of 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. ADB, Ghanaian Local Bank, recorded a loss of 380 million Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, Bank of Africa Limited, Bank of Africa, recorded a loss of 190 million Ghana cedis. Car Bank PLC, the Speaker, recorded a loss of 1.45 billion Ghana cedis, all in 2022. The Speaker, CBG, the Consolidated Bank Ghana, recorded a loss, 2022 alone, 1.8 billion Ghana cedis, CBG. The Speaker, aside that, EcoBank, The famous EcoBank. Mr. Speaker, EcoBank recorded a loss of 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. Aside, Mr. Speaker, FBN Bank Ghana Limited recorded a loss of 210 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, Fidelity Bank recorded a loss of 1,060 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I think that is not enough. First Atlantic Bank recorded a loss of 230 million Ghana cedis. First National Bank recorded a loss of 260 million Ghana cedis. The famous Ghanaian bank, the GCB Bank PLC, recorded a loss of 2.1 billion Ghana cedis in 2022 alone. GCB, 2.1 billion Ghana cedis. Guaranty Trust Bank recorded a loss of 560 million Ghana cedis. The Speaker, as for NIB, they cannot even publish their financial reports. The Speaker, 4 years in a row, NIB has not been able to publish their financial report. No wonder that in the IMF document sent by the Ministry of Finance to the IMF, the Speaker, they admitted that NIB is virtually insolvent. I'm not surprised, the Speaker. Omni Bisek Ghana Limited recorded a loss of 150 million Ghana cedis. Prudential Bank Limited recorded a loss of 70 million Ghana cedis. The Speaker, Republic Bank Ghana Limited recorded a loss of 240 million Ghana cedis. The Speaker, SGSSB recorded a loss of 280 million Ghana cedis. Stanbic Bank Ghana Limited recorded a loss of 970 million Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, I can go on and on, but let me add that Merchant Bank PLC, Merchant Bank Ghana Limited recorded a loss of 510 million Ghana cedis. And finally, Zenith Bank Ghana Limited recorded a loss of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. All put together clearly shows that our domestic bank, all the 23 of them in 1 year, recorded up to 18.3 billion Ghana cedis in losses. Mr. Speaker, how can our financial sector be treated this way? It is going to be a major risk going forward, and we should take note. Mr. Speaker, these numbers I've just mentioned excludes the impairment losses of the non-bank financial institutions and insurance companies. If you are to add insurance companies and non-bank financial institutions, the number will be hitting close to 30 billion Ghana cedis of losses. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised. But let me state that the cost of this economic mismanagement by this government is unprecedented. The cost of this economic mismanagement by this government to the people of Ghana and Ghanaian institutions, in fact, Mr. Speaker, is unprecedented. This domestic debt exchange has not only affected commercial banks, Mr. Speaker, it has also affected the Bank of Ghana negatively. In fact, the Bank of Ghana is in a major financial distress. Mr. Speaker, it will not be wrong for me to say our Bank of Ghana is currently bankrupt. That will require immediate attention. Mr. Speaker, in 2022 alone, the Bank of Ghana recorded a loss of 60.8 billion Ghana cedis and a negative equity of 51.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, if you are to have negative equity for a bank like this, Mr. Speaker, the situation is there and it will require immediate attention. Mr. Speaker, no wonder. That is why you can see in paragraph 18 of the Memorandum on Economic and Financial Policy that was sent to IMF by this government. Mr. Speaker, I quote, paragraph 8 says that the government and the Bank of Ghana will assess the impact of the debt restructuring on the Bank of Ghana's balance sheet and develop plans for its recapitalization. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians should expect to pay for the cost of recapitalization of the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, don't be surprised to see Bank of Ghana recapitalization soon. Mr. Speaker, I say this on authority that I will not be surprised for Ghanaians to be paying a tax called the Bank of Ghana recapitalization levy because, Mr. Speaker, Bank of Ghana, Yamutu. That is the reality, Mr. Speaker, and we should be made aware of. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana has fallen on its own sword. Its own action of excessive money printing and the government reckless borrowing caused this mess that we are seeing. The Speaker, permit me to borrow a fancy proverb which says, to which the elephant will suffer, but the hunter will suffer so. The Speaker, the Bank of Ghana felt that they are destroying banks. Today, their actions and inaction has landed them there. So, Speaker, that is where we are as a country. So, Speaker, let me also add, the Bank of Ghana cannot, so, Speaker, and I repeat, the Bank of Ghana cannot unilaterally write off government debt without the approval of Parliament. The government can also not, they cannot force the Bank of Ghana to do same without parliamentary approval. The Bank of Ghana and the executive arm of government have written off nearly 48.4 billion Ghana cedis of government debt owed to Bank of Ghana without parliamentary approval. So, Speaker, we cannot sit and allow this to happen. So, Speaker, the Bank of Ghana is a sovereign bank. The shareholders are the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, we are the representative of Ghanaians, and we should be given the opportunity to allow this to happen. So, Speaker, we cannot allow this. And I serve notice that we will not allow the Bank of Ghana and the executive arm of government to unilaterally write off Bank of Ghana's debt, government debt worth 48.4 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, that is not acceptable. So, Speaker, we maintain that the entire government of Ghana's debt restructuring program must be submitted to Parliament for scrutiny and possible approval. So, Speaker, that is what the way we should go as a country. Mr. Speaker, let me say that we have not turned the corner. We have not even seen the corner from where we are as a country. In fact, we are still in the woods. We are still in a big mess. Of course, a big mess. We are nowhere near the corner, let alone to turn it. The government must rather apologize to the people of Ghana for destroying our livelihood, our country, and our motherland. Mr. Speaker, the mess is gargantuan. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me repeat this. We have not turned the corner. We have not seen the corner from where we are as a country. In fact, we are still in the woods. We are still in a mess. Of course, a big mess. We are nowhere near the corner, let alone to turn it. The government must rather apologize to the people of Ghana for destroying our livelihoods, our country, and our motherland. So, Speaker, the mess we are seeing today is gargantuan and require urgent action. Right, Honorable Speaker, this government has successfully collapsed all state-owned enterprises and institutions. So, Speaker, the almighty Bank of Ghana is now bankrupt, with a negative equity of 55.1 billion and counting. That will require taxpayers to recapitalize it. Again, Mr. Speaker, who would have thought the once prestigious Ghana Cocoa Board will today be bankrupt to the extent that they can't repay their debt. The Bank of Ghana today cannot even pay cocoa bond holders. The Ghana Cocoa Board, they cannot even pay cocoa bond holders. They cannot pay their cocoa road contractors. The Cocoa Board today cannot even pay license buying companies, LBCs. Cocoa Board, they are struggling to pay fertilizer supplies. Mr. Speaker, the MPP administration have successfully meddled the financial health of almost all our state-owned enterprises. For example, Mr. Speaker, JNPC, Yamutu, GRA Group, Yamutu, ECG, Yamutu, GIHOC, Yamutu, NETCO, Yamutu, GRIDCO, Yamutu, Buffer Stocks, Yamutu, Ghana Publishing Company, Yamutu, Ghana Railways, Yamutu, STC, Yamutu, Ghana Airport Company, Yamutu. So, Speaker, almost all state enterprises are gone. So, Speaker, that is where we are. So, Speaker, so Mr. Minister, this is your scorecard. This is the scorecard of the President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, and Mr. Strategist, our Vice President. So, Speaker, everything is gone. So, Speaker, what a corner, Honorable Minister, what a corner have you turned? I don't think that you have turned the corner. Mr. Speaker, let me ask the Minister some few questions. Mr. Minister, how could you claim to have turned a corner when GDP growth has been revised from 2.8% to 1.5%? Mr. Minister, how could you have turned a corner when currently your net international reserves is hovering around 1 week of import cover and is projected to be about 3 weeks by the end of the year? Mr. Speaker, let me ask you once again, Mr. Minister, how could you claim to have turned the corner when inflation is currently 42.5% and rising and projected to be 31.3% by the end of the year? Honorable Minister, how could you How could you claim to have turned the corner when monetary policy rate is 30% and rising, and commercial banking rate, lending rate is 36% and also rising? Honorable Minister, how could you claim to have turned the corner when you know that inflation is currently 42% and rising and projected to be 31% by the end of the year? When monetary policy rate is 30% and rising, and when commercial banking rate is also 36% and rising. But most importantly, I want to ask him, how could you claim to have turned the corner when you have not stopped the reckless borrowings? After informing Parliament that you are not going to borrow in the domestic market in 2023, Honorable Minister, you borrowed 5.5 billion from the T-bill market in the first 6 months of the year alone. Your own financing, if you are to look at Appendix 2C, it tells you what you have done. Mr. Speaker, this is a document not coming from me. Mr. Speaker, he also intends to borrow another 41.3 billion in the next 6 months, also without parliamentary approval, because the Speaker, what he submitted to us, he did not ask us to approve. He's only telling us by way of information. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm of the view that media review must come in a form of a motion. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, this is for your own good, so you are protected. Mr. Speaker, again, he intends to borrow 41.3 billion Ghana cedis from the T-bill market in the next 6 months. No wonder that 91 days T-bill rate has moved from the 14% after the debt restructuring to 27% and counting. Mr. Speaker, I won't be surprised that in this, the way he's going, by the end of the year, T-bill rate, the 91 days T-bill rate will be 35%. Mr. Speaker, that is the reality. Because clearly, if 5.5 billion additional borrowing can move you from 14% to 27%, only God knows, additional 41.3 billion borrowing will move you from 27% to probably 35% or maybe 40% by the end of the year. Honorable Minister, we are in a big mess. Mr. Speaker, let me make it clear that we have not turned the corner. The performance of this economic management team, despite the hype over the past 7 years, has been beyond abysmal. With this mess created by this MPP administration, Ghana will require over 5 years of collective sacrifice and dedication to turn things around. Mr. Speaker, this government has rewritten Ghana's economic history, and a book on how not to manage an economy must be dedicated to the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, this government has rewritten Ghana's economic history, and a book on how not to manage an economy must be dedicated to this Akufo-Addo and Bawumia government. Mr. Speaker, in due course, I will author that book. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable members, Honourable Atuforsen used 24 minutes, even though he gave him 30 minutes. That's good. So I will now invite the Deputy Majority Leader, Honourable Afenyo Markins, to come to the podium to also conclude the comments.
Mr. Speaker, I think that looking at the numbers, we don't have quorum to even listen to anybody.
Honourable, please resume your seat. Honourable Buja, what are you saying?
Mr. Speaker, budget statements, very important. Financial oversight. perhaps the most important parliamentary function. We are being told that the respected Deputy Majority Leader will speak on behalf of leadership of the majority side. I'm really surprised. I don't know where the Majority Leader is. All my years in this house, I haven't seen this before. Where is the Majority Leader? At least we should be told something. I mean, has he lost confidence in the economy and
Honorable member.
Oh, the Majority Leader should be concluding the debate. I don't know if you are aware of the whereabouts.
Honorable member.
Majority Leader.
Is it the case that each one of us will have to know where this man was or where this man has been? This is just a comment. This is a statement. This is a comment. We are not debating. So, Honorable Afenyo-Markins, you take this.
Our leader was well prepared, has delivered. And
Honorable Kujetu.
No, I'm just. You should be concerned that the Majority Leader has abandoned.
Yes. Honorable Afenyo-Markins, you may take the podium.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised. You've called the Deputy Majority Leader 2 times and he's still sitting down. He has called you on 2 occasions. I'm not sure whether he's not prepared or not. If you're ready, the Speaker is calling you.
The majority side, they should be here to back their leader. But they're not here. And they've left their leader alone to come and make comments.
Honorable members, we were all quiet and listening to your leader. Why are you behaving that way? Honorable Bauer, no. Honorable Bauer, Honorable Dungo, you have done yours. Just allow somebody else to do that.
Yeah, leader.
Honorable Dungo.
Leader, thank you very much.
What is it?
I can see his troops are not here. Yes. The general is vacant.
Honorable Dungo, please.
You can turn back. You are alone. The whole general is going to speak and there is nobody at the back.
Honorable Dungo, resume your seat, please. Yes, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, please take the podium.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this treasure space to add my own views to the comments already expressed by my respected colleagues pursuant to the rules of this House subsequent to the presentation of the media review as presented by the affable, competent, hard-working, patriotic Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, let me express the following observations. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, you gave opportunity for 7 members of this House on each side to contribute. Today, we've had 5 each. But it is important to emphasize the point that on our side, the majority, we gave opportunity to 3 women to speak. Honorable Abino Seyasari spoke, Honorable Sheila Patel spoke, Honorable Gipti Chum Ampofu spoke. Of the 20 women from the minority side, none of them had an opportunity to comment on this statement. None of them. We have lawyers, we have development specialists, we have social activists. No woman from the minority side had the courage to speak, to comment on this matter. No woman from the minority side was given an opportunity to comment on this statement. We say we are gender sensitive. We are gender sensitive. Of the 11, we gave 3 women the opportunity to competently and eloquently express their views on the matters of national importance as raised by the finance minister. They did not give a single woman an opportunity to comment on this matter, and that is an observation I need to put across.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, second, let me take this opportunity to address colleagues on this important issue of sanitary pads.
Honorable, hold on. Yes, hold on.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Leader. Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip. I'm not listening to anybody. I'm just calling.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague. Mr. Speaker, my colleague was given the opportunity to speak. He started by saying that no woman on the minority side had the courage. Mr. Speaker, if you respect women, you will not speak about women like that. There are courageous women here. So, Mr. Speaker, it is wrong, and I encourage you to withdraw that statement. You must withdraw that statement. That we don't have courageous women. I know there are courageous women here. There are courageous women here. So withdraw that statement, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, please resume the seat.
Mr. Speaker, having made that first observation, I shall proceed to my second point. Mr. Speaker,
honorable members. Honorable members, all of you, I say, resume your seat. That is why I call you a leader. I couldn't have called all of you. That's why I decided to call you a leader. So please, yes, what is it?
So, Mr. Speaker, rise on order 93-2. It shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, insulting, or and I'm using the word insulting, abusive words. And I think I will ask my colleague to kindly withdraw that words he used, that our women are not courageous, and then he can move on.
It's insulting abuse.
Honorable members, I personally don't know if by the words of the Deputy Majority Leader to the effect that no woman from this side was able to speak, is it? Please let me. I mean, how can I listen to all of you at the same time? Let me.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, just resume your seat, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minority Leader can make an observation that no woman on this side made a comment. He can make that observation. It's perfectly legitimate. But Mr. Speaker, he said that no woman on this side had the courage. He said that. He said the records are there. The tapes are there. He said it. He said it. Mr. Speaker, we all heard it.
That's what he said.
He said it. He said it. That no woman on this side had the courage. He said it. Why is he running away from his own language? Why is he running away from his own language? He should have the courage to stand by his own.
Honorable members, Honorable Majority Leader, repeat what you said.
Mr. Speaker, these are my own friends. I'm happy. I'm happy. My good friend Kwame Abuja is not in the chamber. Now we know who the real patapas are in this house. Mr. Speaker, now we know who the real patapas.
Honorable Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader, hold on. The word patapa was used, and we asked the person to withdraw. I don't see why.
Yeah, very well, Mr. Speaker. This is on a lighter note. That's on a lighter note. Mr. Speaker, the point I made, if it was misconstrued, let me restate it properly. Maybe if you didn't get it. What I'm saying is simply that, first, no woman had an opportunity from your side to speak. Two, no woman had the courage to insist that leadership should allow her to speak. And indeed, that's a fact. None of you had the courage to insist that leadership should allow you to speak. If you did, why didn't they allow you to speak? If you insisted, why did leadership ignore you? Your side presented names without any woman. Well, did you have the courage to tell them to allow you to speak? If so, why didn't they allow you?
Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, please. Honorable members, just resume your seat. Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, if the women find it insulting, please withdraw it from here. Let's move on. That is, they find it insulting. Please withdraw.
Okay, it's all right. Mr. Speaker, Hajia is my mother. My learned colleague is there. It's all right. You sit down. What
Honorable members, please resume your seat. What? Honorable Afenyomakens, please, I'm saying the women find that statement insulting. Please withdraw and let's move.
Mr. Speaker, they should sit down for me to speak.
Honorable Comfordoyo, Honorable, please resume your seat, please.
Mr. Speaker,
Comfort, resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, the word lack of courage, the phrase lack of courage is hereby withdrawn. And I replace it with they could not have the ability to insist that leadership should allow them. They want to, oh no.
Honorable Afenyomakens.
Because, Mr. Speaker, that is also withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, that is also withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, that is also withdrawn. That is also withdrawn. So, Mr. Speaker, that is also withdrawn. You see, I know once I get here, you wouldn't want to take the punches. I know, but it's okay. You sit down. That is also withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, that is also withdrawn. The fact remains that no woman from the minority side spoke on this matter. And that is very strange. In an era of affirmative action, none of the 20 women from the NDC minority had an opportunity to speak on this matter. Mr. Speaker, having made that observation,
Honorable members, Honorable Pusuga, he has withdrawn. What is it again? Oh. Honorable members, why?
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Majority spoke about women, and it's fair to give them a hearing. It is fair.
Honorable, that is not the case. That is not the case. That's why I called the leader.
Gentlemen.
Honorable, okay, let me call Comfort do you on behalf of all the women. Comfort, what is your issue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, in the first place, I want to say that the comment of the Deputy Majority Leader is very, very unfortunate and very disappointing. I don't expect him to say that in the first place. As a leader. Secondly, I want to say that this is a statement. It is a statement. Anybody who wants to comment can comment. If they wanted to comment and they did, so be it. That is one. The third aspect I want you to note is that we women on this side, yes, and you know it, that we are so courageous that there is nothing that we cannot comment on. Is it the sanitary pads that you have stopped giving out? Is it the school feeding program that has solved problems?
Well,
what do we fear to comment on?
Well.
Chidman.
Well.
Chidman.
Oh, very well.
Chidman. Nura.
Very well.
We have the courage. So he should withdraw and apologize and stop using those words. He should withdraw and apologize and stop using those words.
Honorable Member for Pusuga, thank you very much. Now, yes, Aziz, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, you see, the deputy leader just gave the woman an opportunity to talk, and they are still talking. If not because of the comment made by the deputy leader, the woman, the member of parliament for Pusuga, wouldn't have spoken. It's a statement of fact. We had none of the women on your side spoke. That's a statement of fact. We had 3 of our women speaking. So what's the problem? He has withdrawn it and he has given her an opportunity to speak. Rather than that, you wouldn't have said anything. You didn't have the courage to tell your leaders to give you the opportunity to talk.
Honorable members, Honorable Aziz, may you put off the microphone? Very well. Honorable Comfort, I gave you the opportunity and you ceded it to Honorable Member for. Honorable Comfort, please. Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, please restrict yourself to the test. To the test, and let's move on and finish up. Yes, come and read the one.
So, Mr. Speaker, having made my observation, I shall proceed with my second point. The second point has to do with the matters raised against the minister on taxes on sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, the matters that were raised were misconstrued, misrepresented the facts, because those who raised them misconstrued the exact thing that is happening in that area of taxation. Mr. Speaker, let me put the facts out. For the record, there are only 2 companies that are manufacturing sanitary pads in the country: Fay Industries and Sunda Enterprise. The rest are being imported. Mr. Speaker, these two companies have demonstrated the expected consumption of 500 million pieces in the economy by way of demand. They have the capacity. Therefore, what government has done has been to impose taxation on importation. So those importing are the ones who are paying that 20% import duty tax. For the local industry, Mr. Speaker, the local industry is selling between 11 to 12 Ghana cedis, whereas the foreign companies are importing at 15 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, what government is doing is to encourage local industrial growth. So for the local industry, it's only the usual VAT, NHIL, Get Fund. These are levies that we know. These are levies that are supporting our constituencies. These are levies that are supporting our constituencies. These are levies that are supporting development. So it is important to understand that it is not any imposition of taxation on locally produced sanitary pad. What government is doing is to encourage these two companies to grow capacity and to deter the importation. That's the point. Mr. Speaker, I would beg of you for your protection. We listen to Aso Paulson in silence. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kwame Agboja in his submission concluded by saying that the lives of Ghanaians are miserable as a result of the conduct of this government. I hold a contrary view. And I submit by saying that one, looking at the well-dressed posture of my colleagues in the minority, their fabrics are designer fabrics, quality fabrics. They are not in a miserable state. Look at the dresses of our colleagues, the ties they wear. They are not in a miserable state. So there's an exception to the situation they describe. They are inviting us to hope that every Ghanaian is in a miserable state. People are wearing jewelry on the side of the minority. People are wearing quality fabric, quality suits. Mr. Speaker, they are not in a miserable state. Their shoes they wear into parliament, designer shoes, quality shoes, they are not miserable. They wear gold rings, anklets that are quality 18 karat jewelry. They are not in a miserable state. I know there are many poor Ghanaians out there who are in difficult situations, who need government support. That I agree. But obviously, Honorable Kwame Agboja, the dress he wears today does not depict him, does not show a man in a miserable state. That is not correct. Mr. Speaker, having made that point, let me proceed. Let me proceed by saying that, Mr. Speaker, the minister must be applauded. He must be applauded because so far the country is headed in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, if you pay attention to page 28 of the submission, it is clear that inflation has softened. The exchange rate is less volatile. When I say inflation has softened, what I'm trying to say is that earlier we saw the trend in inflation. We did.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members.
When marking puts out a single phrase, 1,000 men start.
And marking, don't invite them.
But you should stop them and protect me. Let's be the Honorable Ablakwa Gota gave us punches. I kept quiet. Atu did all he looked in the eye of finance minister and did what he did. You can't stand this. Keep quiet and listen to me. Mr. Speaker, we know that interest rates have declined since 2022 December. We know that the economy is certainly picking up. Mr. Speaker, the question is, this MPP government, whether we have done well to save the economy. That is the question. My answer is yes, we have. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at countries like Sri Lanka, Lebanon, Suriname, Zambia, Pakistan, El Salvador, Mr. Speaker, they could not survive the effect of COVID and the Russia-Ukraine war. Mr. Speaker, as it is today, Mr. Speaker, they are now emerging from these twin ravages. Mr. Speaker, today in this country, if we go to our shop shelves, they are not empty. If you need medication, you get it. If you need essential services, you get it. Mr. Speaker, we are not queuing at the gas stations. We are getting fuel. Mr. Speaker, neither do we have doomsaw. Doomsaw, we don't have it. This is not a hopeless economy. The managers of this economy are better than the managers who managed this economy from 2009 to 2016. And I say this with emphasis. Honorable Atufose, he was a deputy finance minister. And he sat there and signed an agreement called CDB facility. A facility that our inability as a country to draw down led to disbursement penalty charges. And by the time they woke up in 2014 to seek what I call capping, Ghana has spent over $300 million on penal charges and other charges for failure to draw down. That was the thing, that was the imposition in the agreement by the Chinese government. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Setepe, together with his deputy, who is now the minority leader, met the finance committee and they gave us these figures. And they came to do capping. This is the same Atufose. Is it the same you? Is this Atufose? Hey, Atufose. Were you not the person who could not draw down on the CDB loan? Were you not the one who could not implement successfully the IMF facility that disbursement ceased? Are you not the same person? Yes, I tell you on authority that during your time, you could not successfully implement the IMF deal. Sit down. Mr. Speaker, this is the same Atufose who today wants to create a certain impression about the finance minister. Now you see, say it is sweet you. Sit down. Mr. Speaker, this is the same Atufose. The NDC government has not, the NDC party has not introduced any new person. Mr. Speaker, they have not introduced a new idea.
Honorable members,
they have not.
Is going. He's left with 10 minutes. Please. He's left with 10 minutes. So don't.
The NDC party, led by its Atufose in this parliament, are not new to this economy. Mr. Speaker, they had an opportunity to rule. They were in office for 8 years. They failed the people of Ghana. This government came and implemented the free SHS. This government came and used another route to ensure that our fisher folks have had a relief. Today, we have 10 landing beach projects ongoing. Honorable Atufose, the then Deputy Finance Minister from Central Region, could not do anything, any physical infrastructure to turn around the coastal economy. Atufose could not lead such a charge for the people of Central Region.
Atu-Forson and his team of NDC MPs could not at the time do anything to alleviate the poverty levels. But today, they are enjoying the liberties of opposition to criticize this government. It is strange. It is rich. It is rich to hear Atu-Forson. It is rich to hear Atu-Forson and his NDC MPs attacking Kenoforiata and attacking Kenoforiata on grounds of competence. What
honorable members,
what a call.
Honorable members, just allow.
What a call.
Left with 6 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the minister made an honest admission. He did not conceal anything. He acknowledged that we are having challenging times. He acknowledged that we are in difficulty. He acknowledged that there are challenges ahead. And Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Finance Minister made a call on us that we should move together as a country, one people, and deliver on the promises of our democracy. The very call which was earlier made by Honorable Muntaka Mubarak on Thursday in this very chamber. So nothing new was said by him. Would you continue on the path of parochial partisan debates, or you take up a new mantle of patriotism, Atu-Forson, you and your team? Atu-Forson, 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 are you going to change? There was a reshuffle to bring you in for a change. Have you really delivered a change to transform the way politics is done, so that together with the finance minister we develop the economy?
Honorable members, please, it's left with 4 minutes. Let's allow him. Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, come and conclude, please. You are left with 4 minutes. I'm marking your time. It's not a question that you wouldn't accept it. It's 4 minutes. 4 minutes, and that's the end.
Mr. Speaker, again, the argument made by Honorable Dr. Kesiel Atu-Forson, aka Atu-Forson, that the central bank is virtually collapsing the economy. Mr. Speaker, is neither here nor there. Mr. Speaker, worldwide, world economies are struggling. He knows that as an economist. The economists in him will admit this, but the NDC partisanship in him will make him deny this. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of England, Reuters is reporting that Bank of England is going to post $100 billion losses. Bank of England, where Atu-Forson had his education. Why would he single out the finance minister as though Ghana is an island? Ghana is not an island. Why would you want to deny the fact that the Ukraine-Russia war has affected the world economy? Why would you want to deny the fact that this
Honorable Afenye Markins, please conclude. Honorable Leader, honorable members, please. We've taken so much time on this, please. Leader, just conclude for us. We are left with 2 minutes. Leader, 2 minutes. Honorable members, please, let's give him the audience.
Mr. Speaker, in the finance minister's submission before us, he also indicated one of the struggles of the economy, the energy sector contract, the IPPs. Mr. Speaker, it is not only government that is complaining about the contract, but our international partners have also complained. And what have they said? They have said to us that the NDC government fully negotiated these contracts. These deals, take or pay, has had adverse effect on the economy. And the same Atu Fortune criticizing Kenoforiata was the deputy finance minister at the finance ministry. You are saying that you're the one who signed. Say it into the mic. So you're not part of the NDC government, but you are part of the government. You, as a deputy finance minister, you are paying the IPCs. And what is happening is that because of lack of sufficient competence at the time by your team of negotiators, by the managers of the economy, you've cost us so much money. You didn't understand the energy deals you are signing. You didn't understand. Your economic management team lacked the competence to properly negotiate these contracts. You couldn't negotiate well. And today it's costing the nation a fortune. These monies could have been spent on infrastructure. In spite of all that,
Honorable members, your time is up.
We have managed to run this economy.
Your time is up.
And we don't have to do so. Mr. Speaker, with this, I would want to thank you for the opportunity and thank my colleagues and say that the NDC has nothing new to offer. Is made up of the same old stock led by Atu Fortune in this chamber. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable members, before you give the finance minister to run up, the right honorable speaker will take the seat.
Honorable members, I'm informed the Honorable Minister for Finance is to give his, I think, summation of the comments and maybe some winding up. I thought he had some representatives here who were taking down notes for him. I can tell you that when I left you, even though I wasn't here, I was following you. I was following you wherever I were, but he would demonstrate from his submissions whether he heard you or not. So, Minister for Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Truly, thank you for the opportunity to join honorable members to make a few concluding comments on the 2023 fiscal policy review. Mr. Speaker, once again, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to you and honorable members for your participation in the events relating to the 2023 Media Fiscal Policy Review, the joint caucus meeting prior to the presentation, as well as the congenial atmosphere created on Monday July 31st for the presentation is indicative of our shared urgency to transform our economy. Mr. Speaker, when I stood here on 6 December 2022 as part of the closing remarks for the 2023 budget, I indicated that the 2023 budget outlined a massive program of change and signals that plan to, quote, embark on a journey to fundamentally reposition our economy. On Monday, turning the corner. I updated this August House on the collective progress we have made on this journey. By use of the available data, I demonstrated that we have turned the corner and seen significant improvements on the macroeconomic front. Mr. Speaker, this turning the corner is backed by facts. Headline inflation has declined to 42.5. Cumulative CD depreciated by 22.4% against the US dollar year-to-date 2023, compared to 50% in November last year, 30% in December 2022. In fact, Mr. Speaker, between February and June, the CD has depreciated by an impressive 1.8% only. Interest rates are broadly moderated across the spectrum of the yield curve. Overall, first quarter growth, Mr. Speaker, for 2023 was 4.2%, higher than the growth of 3.1% at the end of 2022. Primary expenditure, Mr. Speaker, which is important, has reduced from 20.2% to an estimated 16.3%. Indeed, our primary expenditures are adjusting downwards by 3.9 percentage points of GDP between 2020 and 2023. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, these are the facts behind our turning the corner. It is the result of the joint work between this august House, our development partners, and the most important, the Ghanaian people. We must freely share in the achievements and collectively guard against all possible setbacks. Mr. Speaker, in the banking sector, we had a litany of woes for last year, and that was really good for it to be documented. But Mr. Speaker, since then, let me emphasize that our deposits have gone up by 20 billion Ghana cedis this year. Our investments have gone up by another 21 billion cedis this year. And our profits are at 4.3 billion for the banking sector, against the disaster that was enumerated to us. So we have indeed, Mr. Speaker, turned the corner. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, these are the facts. Whilst here on Monday, Mr. Speaker, I conveyed government's commitment to continue the path towards macroeconomic stability. In line with the reduction in some expenditures, the 2023 appropriation has been revised downwards. We also did not ask for a supplementary budget. We committed to be more efficient and effective in revenue mobilization and expenditure management. Mr. Speaker, we have also committed to operationalize the Ghana Mutual Prosperity Dialogue Framework to enhance the ease of doing business, as well as crowd in significant private sector, domestic and foreign, and anchor the growth of the economy and create jobs for the people. This partnership with the private sector is undergirded by the strengthened financial ecosystem that we have put in place. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector continues to be a key priority. We are determined to keep the lights on for businesses and households. Government has adopted a new model of the cash waterfall mechanism that guarantees payments for IPPs. The IPPs will be paid monthly by the ECG based on energy delivered. This will ensure energy security to support the growth of the economy. The updated energy sector recovery plan will be our framework. Mr. Speaker, we have been, in these difficult times, been able to keep the lights on, and as the Deputy Majority Leader said, also to avoid queues. We know that the government cannot do this alone. We require and need the active participation and support of this House to do what is right for all of our people. You have supported us in the last 6 years, and we trust we can count on you to do this again. Our continued unity is indispensable, Mr. Speaker. We must continue to speak the same language of unity and transform our nation. The results we have achieved since December 2022 is testament that it is our unity in there lies our progress. Mr. Speaker, so our economy is stabilizing. Our revenues are largely on track. Our expenditures are being aligned with our revenues. The IMF has offered us a $3 billion facility to support our PCPEC, and growth is rebounding. The U.S. International Development Finance Corporation announced $300 million under the G7 Partnership Program to support technology improvements in our country. Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, private sector-led affordable housing program was launched by His Excellency the President to create about 16,000 housing units and jobs for our people. Mr. Speaker, this is a charge we have to keep, a country to serve and a God to glorify. Mr. Speaker, 1 Peter exhorts us, let us use whatever gifts we have received to serve Ghana as fruitful stewards of God's grace. Mr. Speaker, as we move ahead, and the reason why we have turned the corner, Mr. Speaker, we insist that the economy has turned around. Mr. Speaker, there's a story in the Bible, 1 Kings 18:41, in which, Mr. Speaker, there had been droughts in Israel for 3 years. And Elijah predicted that there will be abundant rain. Mr. Speaker, and what did we see? There is a cloud as small as a man's hand rising out of the sea. Mr. Speaker, let us appreciate what is happening, because abundant rain will come. I am confident that we will surely be restored and strengthened, but only if we remain faithful to the cause of speaking one language of love, hard work, and forbearance, as indicated in Genesis 11:6. Mr. Speaker, we are doing well. We have turned the corner. The Lord is restoring us. He is revitalizing us. He is re-establishing our economy, and Ghana shall experience a resurgence. Mr. Speaker, as you rise, I wish everyone a restful season as you engage your constituents and deepen our democratic development. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make it great and strong. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, before I bring the statement time to an end, it's important I make a few comments arising from the comments that you made based on the statement presented to the House by the Minister for Finance, which we all refer to as the media review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government for 2023. From the presentation and the comments, it's clear to everybody that a culmination of both internal and external shocks have brought us this far. That is the result of the state of the economy Others refer it to as a almost everybody agrees that there's a turning point, whilst others say it's positive, others say it's negative. Those are the comments I picked from you. Despite the shortfalls in the estimated revenue for the year, the ministry expects to get some financial support to assist in the economic recovery program of the country. I want to draw your attention to the second tranche of $1 million we are expecting from the IMF facility in September 2023. And then also the $300 million from the World Bank. We have been informed that through digitalization, we have roped in much more revenue. And in fact, at the national conference hosted by the Pentecost Church, the Vice President churned out some figures, very huge figures. What is clear is that government is projecting to receive about 7 million Ghana cedis, 7 billion Ghana cedis. I want to get an assurance from the minister as to how these funds are to be used. I know they are to be used judiciously, but as members of parliament, you are aware of a number of pressures, and we've had the opportunity of making statements on these areas that I'm going to refer to. And therefore, I want the minister to be looking at those areas when we're spending this money. You all are aware of the huge areas in the road infrastructure. Since 2022, it seems to have stalled in payment, and there have been a number of petitions to the House, including myself. I think it's an area that the ministry should look into and at least allocate not less than 2 billion to cater for road infrastructure projects across the country. Today, some comments refer to these matters about the pressure in the road sector. We are also aware that the issue of rural electrification and potable water has almost come to a standstill. And it's an area that I believe the minister should look at to bridge the gap in access rate and improve the lot of our compatriots' situation in the rural area. At least if about 1 billion Ghana cedis is allocated for rural electrification and water infrastructure, it will go a long way to alleviate the suffering of the rural folk. It's important for the minister to also note the state of the students in the senior high schools. I will particularly draw the minister's attention to the program that was started, referred to as One Student, One Laptop Initiative. Some students have been given, others are yet to receive theirs. I believe that if about 1 billion is also spent in that direction, it could increase the number tremendously, and maybe almost all the students will get it, so that this One Student, One Laptop program will also come to an end. Some money will be left from what I have noted down I believe about 3 billion will still be left for the minister to play around with. We pray that more money will come in, and I know more money will come in. And so these are areas that I want us to work together with the Minister for Finance to ensure the judicious application of these monies that we are told will come in. There are important critical areas that we have to look at. These are what I have noted down, and I think that the minister should commit himself to those areas. With this, I believe by the end of the year, we have been starting on a very good note, and maybe next year, who knows, the good Lord himself will smile on us, and we will really properly turn things around. With this, honorable members, I say statement time has ended. Leadership, any area you want us to take on?
Speaker, we are ready to take item 6. Speaker, item 5 will be taken tomorrow. I've related to my colleague. So we'll take item 6.
Have you handled item 5?
Item 5 will be taken tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, at conclave today, we agreed with Honorable Habib. I agreed that the chief whip wasn't there. Mr. Speaker, the agreement was for us to do the debate and then take the public account motions, 3 of them, before we go to questions. Mr. Speaker, I mean, looking at the time,
I think I should have discharged the Minister for Finance. Sorry, you are hereby discharged. It's just the seat that you assumed. If not, I don't need to discharge you. Yes.
Speaker, I heard the minority leader loud and clear, and no need to stretch this matter. So we will vary. Speaker, vary the business and rather go and take Speaker, may we revert to page 22 and start off with item Speaker, item 27, page 22. You see.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, we agreed at conclave because we are told that the Chieftaincy Minister would prefer his questions taken tomorrow. So we agreed that we'll do item 27, 28, and 29 on pages 22 and 23. Those are the motions from the Public Accounts Committee on their reports.
Honorable members, page 22 of the order paper, item 27. But before that, I think this is the first time we are going to public business. So let me announce that at the commencement of public business, item 27, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of district assemblies for the financial year ended 31st December 2020. Mr. Speaker, I will read only the conclusion of the report and ask that the Hansa capture the entire report. Mr. Speaker, The Auditor General report and the committee deliberations reveal persistent weakness in the internal control system in many of the assemblies, resulting in the failure of account officers to adhere to financial management rules and regulations. The committee recommends to the management of MMDAs to implement all the recommendations captured in the Auditor General report and the committee's recommendation and report to Parliament in accordance with Section 88 of the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, the committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, on the accounts of the district assemblies for the year ended 31st December 2020, with its recommendations in accordance with Order 1653 of the Standing Orders of the House. The Speaker respectfully submitted.
Motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion on the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of district assemblies for the financial year ended 31st December 2020. The Speaker, in seconding the motion, I'll just make a little observation on paragraph 80 on page 8. The Speaker, this is about the status of implementation of the Auditor General's recommendation. The Speaker, the committee noted that substantial number of infractions uncovered by the Auditor General have been addressed by the assemblies prior to their appearance before the committee. At the time of the committee sitting, affected assembly has either regularized the transactions or refunded the amounts expended without due regard to laid down regulations. A total amount of 11.5 million, 93.15% of the total infraction of 12.3 million has been resolved, leaving a balance of 846,000. The Speaker, I just want to draw attention to the fact that most of the time, most of the infractions and the irregularities had been resolved by the people involved before they even appear before the committee. And a lot more are resolved at the instance of the committee. Therefore, the public should be made aware of this, and the impressions should not be created that all these values of infractions that Auditor General reports on remain unresolved and they cost financial loss to the state. The Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Dafiamako.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the motion ably moved by the chairman of the committee and ably seconded by the ranking. Mr. Speaker, may I refer the committee to may I refer the House to page 7 of the committee's report and state that as part of the major infractions that the committee had to deal with was the issue of payment outside the gift-me system. Mr. Speaker, the gift-me system is the electronic system introduced under Act 921/2016, particularly in Section 25 of the law, which makes it mandatory for all transactions within the public space to be routed through the system so as will check malfeasance and misapplication of funds. The Speaker, the House will note that as much as 7.38 million Ghana cedis, constituting the totality of transactions that were undertaken within the public space but not routed through the payment system. And the auditors were very emphatic by saying that if such things are encouraged, it may lead to leakages within the public space and lead to loss of funds. And so the entities are encouraged to ensure that they route these transactions through the giving system. Now, the difficulties that some of the agencies that suffered this infraction recounted were that some didn't have internet connectivity because the giving system, Mr. Speaker, relies heavily on technology. And so if they don't have technology, that is the internet connectivity, it's difficult, it's practically impossible for them to transact using the giving system. So the Communications Ministry through its agency, GIFECT, have been encouraged to assist the agencies to have network connectivity to be able to comply with the law. Mr. Speaker, one other issue that the committee had to deal with regards the status of the 2020 irregularities. Mr. Speaker, some of these irregularities, like I mentioned, also included the misapplication of funds. Mr. Speaker, this is noted on page 8 of the report. Mr. Speaker, clearly in breach of Act 921/2016, loss of agencies and transactions totaling 5.59 million were dealt with or entities transacted in these businesses that led to misapplication for the purpose for which these funds were set out for them to utilize. They were not utilized for that purpose. Mr. Speaker, the committee encouraged the entities to recover these monies from the affected agencies. Okay. Now, Mr. Speaker, the other matter that the committee flagged and dealt with that I want to touch on is found on page 10 of the report, paragraph 9, subparagraph 3. That's unsubstantiated payments. Mr. Speaker, as much as 4.8 million Ghana cedis of transactions were carried out by entities that were not supported. And Mr. Speaker, if we don't punish the assemblies for engaging in these infractions, we will continue to leak heavily at the local level, and sometimes when the committee interrogates these matters, persons who were on duty are transferred from the assemblies, and so when the auditors come, they are unable to get the officer in charge of this transaction to even answer to the issues, and it's a major problem. Mr. Speaker, the observation is that these officers who were on duty should be held liable to refund this unsubstantiated payments. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude with this infraction on page 12 of the report. That is unrecovered loan undertaken by for some projects under the MP's Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, I am an MP, and I want to say that this observation by the auditors is very important because even though during the COVID period, which was the period that these monies were given out as support, the persons who were giving these monies thought that these were free gifts. These were monies that they could simply take, utilize, and not repay. And I think that the auditors legitimately flagged it, and all of us should be guided by this infraction. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I encourage the House to approve the report that has been ably submitted to the House. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Speaker, I rise to support motion moved with these comments. Speaker, let me start off by commending the leadership of the committee, the chair and the ranking, who have shown leadership and prompt delivery of their report. And you can't help it but just admire it. And there are notable members of this committee who have also shown diligence in their delivery. Speaker, concludes on the constitutional imperative on our part as a House. We've said this time without number, that the Constitution gives us some mandate, that where after the debate, as we got, I think Article 187, Clause 6, that the debate issues are teased out and Parliament has a role to play. More often, it's turned out to be a purgation of emotions and we just vent and it ends there. I want to urge the House to continue, even after the adoption of the report. When necessary, we constitute that small committee as required by Article 1876 and continue with in dealing with the infractions. But one thing that appears to me, I stand for correction, the chairman is here, it appears to me the infractions are going down. That's how I see it. I'm not a member of the committee, but what I've read so far and evidence before me, compared to what the reports were adopted in earlier times, the infractions seem to be going down. And for me, it's a positive sign, but there is clearly more room for improvement. So members should support the adoption of the report. But we as a House must also do what we have to do. And that call is found clearly in Article 187. We come lacking more often than not. And as a House, we need to pay attention to this requirement by the Constitution. With these words, I call on the members to support the adoption of the report. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, those in favour of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. We will now move to item 28. Same motion, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move motion numbered as item number 28. Mr. Speaker, in so moving, I present your report and ask that the Hansa capture the entire report whilst I read the general observation and conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee during our deliberation observed with concern that the fumigation contract between the district assemblies and Zoom Lion Company may result in waste of public funds, since it is difficult for the assemblies to vouch for the chemicals being used by the company for the fumigation exercise. It is also difficult for auditors to verify the genuineness of the report prepared and signed by the assembly staff. The committee is therefore of the view and that the committee is therefore recommending to the assemblies to not renew the contracts for fumigation exercise when the existing agreement expires. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report on the report of the Auditor General on the management and utilization of District Assemblies Common Fund and other statutory funds for the period ended 31st December 2020 in accordance with Order 1653 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion of the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the management and utilization of the District Assembly Common Fund
and other statutory funds for the financial year ended 31st December 2020. The Speaker, once again, I want to make an observation in the status of irregularity on paragraph 7.2, page 6, second paragraph. Transactions amounting to 70.3 million or 91.79 out of the total infraction of 76.6 million under cash, stores, and tax irregularities have been regularized, recovered, or accounted for, leaving a balance of only 6.2 million. Mr. Speaker, again, another observation I want to make is that paragraph 10 of the report. If you look at the whole report, amount of 35.4 million has been captured under the caption abandoned and delayed projects. The Speaker, this amount of 34.5 million, which is approximately 60% of the infraction, are abandoned and delayed projects. The Speaker, these abandoned and delayed projects, which were about 238 projects under 62 assemblies, most of them have since been completed and are being utilized. Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make is that most of the time people just look at the values of the infractions without reading the report in detail to know whether these infractions have been rectified or recovered. And I will urge members that when they take the Auditor General's report, they should read in detail so that they will know that the efforts of the Public Accounts Committee, the Auditor General, is yielding results. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. I have a delegation waiting for me. I have to rush to receive them. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, Honourable Member for Ho Central.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I wish to support the motion moved by the PAC chairman. It is true that there are several irregularities coming from the assemblies regarding the use of their funds. But, Mr. Speaker, we have an audit committee now in place in all the assemblies, which are doing the additional audit work for Parliament. Recently, you referred a number of audit committees, committee reports.
Honourable Member, just a minute. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, kindly resume your contribution. The member on his feet may resume, yes.
So what I was trying to say is that now there is a second level at which we can look at the infractions happening in the assemblies, so that I would say that there is further tightening of controls over the work of the assemblies, so that I believe that we can have a better future in the management of the assemblies. The chairman made reference to the agreement between the assemblies and a service provider. There is a system in place by which the service provider, Zoom Lion, does not just go for money. The supervisors, the coordinators at the assemblies, the health officials, MEHO or DEHO and Co., do inspect the work that is done by the service provider. And there are documents for them to sign together with the coordinators of the service provider in the district, before that is forwarded to the this Assembly's Common Fund for payment of the So there is a system. If the system is not working, if it is not working, I think our concern should be how to get that to work, not to just terminate the contract between the assemblies and the service provider. Indeed, we have gone around and asked the assemblies whether they have any alternative. They emphasize that no. The only way, the only service provider which is so equipped well enough to be able to carry out this fumigation and other sanitation duties is that a company. So we cannot just sit down and say that let us terminate the contract. Instead, we should get the system to work properly. So my and I've also done a thorough job. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that outright termination of the contract
hold on. Hold on, the chairman wants to raise an objection.
Yeah, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, I'm on point of order. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member seems to be defending the company. I don't know whether it's the PRO for that company. He should not go that line. Mr. Speaker, we have gone around the whole country. We have met with all the assemblies. The report of the Auditor General cited a number of problems. In fact, there are two agreements and assemblies. One of them is a sanitation package where the Zoom Lion lifts the refuse. We don't have any problem with that one because you can see the work being done. But fumigation, Mr. Speaker, when they come to fumigate this chamber, this evening, tomorrow when they come, will you know that the place has been fumigated? You don't even know whether they put water into the machine to spray. So we have a problem with that one. And the problem is all over the assemblies. That is why this particular one, not about the sanitation package, but the fumigation aspect of it. Yeah. Thank you.
Podo, can they take that on board? He's on his feet. You want to, this was a point of order. I have ruled on it already.
Just a small intervention. Now, Mr. Speaker, members have a right to express their views, but if you say as if it's a PRO for the company, I think it's not appropriate. Because the right to express an opinion is a far right as a member of parliament. So the fact that you disagree with him does not mean that you should describe him as acting as a PRO. I think that as a senior member of this House, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, he should respect the right of Honorable Podo, who is my good friend, and withdraw that statement that you made, that is as if he's a PRO of the company.
Mr. Speaker, I've withdrawn the PRO aspect, but I think that he should not debate to look as if he's defending the company. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, you see, I'm not just talking from the blues. I am a member of the local government committee of you, Mr. Speaker. And we went around the country and we engaged the assemblies. We were equally concerned about some landfill sites which were not being properly managed. So we interviewed them. We came to a conclusion that it was necessary for the assemblies to up their games and also be very responsible in signing certificates of performance. If that is done, then I don't think that we can be here, just urging the assemblies to abrogate the contract with Zoom Lion. It is necessary that when we receive services, we must account for them properly. Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with the PAC chairman that we should abrogate the contracts, but you should rather impress upon the assembly people to make sure that the work is actually done. I thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on this issue of fumigation, in fact, it is an issue that we must take seriously because it keeps coming up every time. And a lot of assemblies audited reports shows that the auditors always raise issues about payments being done without work being executed. And you see, the challenge is that the payment is being initiated at source, but they have no means to verify that the work has already been done before the payment is made. And so we need to really resolve this issue.
And in your rounds, what did the assembly say?
The assemblies always complain that work has not been done, but the payments are always deducted from their share of the common fund. And that is the source of the problem. And so if you look at some of the reports that come from the assemblies, after the fact, then they say, oh, eventually the service provider has been prevailed upon and he has come to do the work. And we don't have any means of verifying some of these things. And so a system needs to put in place. If we are not going to allow the assemblies who would ensure that the works are done before payments are made to make the payments, then there must be some kind of verification before the service provider is actually paid. But the fact that every time we keep seeing this in our reports is a source of worry. And I think we need to look at this and confront it head on. Mr. Speaker, if you look at their report, paragraph 9.6, they stated an unauthorized payment from MP's common fund. And to be honest with you, the assemblies are fond of this. If you're a member of parliament and you don't follow through the transfers from the DACF to your share of common fund account, the assembly sometimes, in the name of borrowing from the MP's common fund account, fail to pay back the monies to the, and it is not just the MP share of the, even disability account. They borrow from them. And
are yours ever paid back? You are lucky. Mine has never been paid
Mr. Speaker,
back.
as for me, I follow through. I pay attention to the amount of monies that go into my account. So it is very, very important. And you see, even today, we met some of the assemblies to consider the internal auditors report that was referred to the local government committee. And it came up that it had to take auditors to unearth some of these unauthorized transfers before they do so. So if it escapes the auditors, some of these monies will never go to the primary accounts, and only God knows what happens to them. Mr. Speaker, there is also under 9.7, failure to allocate funds to sub-district structures. And you see, this is a major problem, Mr. Speaker. We have been complaining that funds don't go to the assemblies, but they let go there. There is a small amount that must go down further to the sub-district structures are also retained by the assemblies. They don't want to further disperse to the sub-district structures. And it is an area that if we really want to strengthen decentralization, we must pay attention to and ensure that they do so that we can strengthen the sub-district structures. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee members for a good job done. Thank you.
Yes, over here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the issue of fumigation, it's a simple thing. Whether the assemblies pay the purveyor or is paid from a central source. It's a simple thing. What the auditors want is proof that fumigation was done. Now, the sanitation officers, the district, the coordinating directors sign these things for the vendor. And that is what the vendor brings to get paid. Now, when you ask the sanitation officers, they don't have copies of the work being done. So whether the assembly pays or is paid from central government, if they don't have proof that it's been done, I mean, that's the assembly's responsibility. All these assemblies, sir, if you go there, they have all signed contracts. But most of them don't know what is in the contract. That is a problem. These assemblies always go for capacity building. What do they go to learn? You have a contract that you are paying about 80,000 Ghana cedis every 3 months, and you don't sit down to find out what is supposed to be done for the amount of money. I think we need to hold the assemblies more accountable. You go there right now, so many of them are spending about 80 to 90% of their common fund on recurrent expenditure. They buy fuel, they can't even account for it. My goodness, Abenjuma. So when it comes to the fumigation, they need to do a better job on that one. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
COVID enough. It's the same thing. Let's move on. Other members, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The House has adopted the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the Auditor General, the management and utilization of the District Assembly's Common Fund and other statutory funds for the year ended 31st December 2020. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the Public Accounts of Ghana for technical universities and polytechnics for the year ended 31st December 2020. Mr. Speaker, I present the committee's report and ask that the Hansa capture the entire report once I read only the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the report of the Auditor General and the deliberations of the committee reveal persistent weak internal control systems in many technical universities as a result of the failure of the account officers to adhere to the relevant public financial management rules and regulations. The committee therefore recommends to the management of the technical universities to implement all the recommendations laid out in this report and further report to Parliament in accordance with Section 88 of the Public Financial Management Act of 2016 at 921. The committee, having carefully examined the reports, recommend to the House to adopt its reports on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana for the technical universities for the year ended 31st December 2020, with its recommendations in accordance with Order 1653 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Yes, ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion on the report of the Public Accounts Committee, on the report of the Auditor General, on the public accounts of Ghana, technical universities and polytechnics for the period ended 31st December 2020. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to make a similar observation under paragraph 70 of the report. The committee noted that significant portions of the irregularities
uncovered by the Auditor General has been addressed by the institutions prior to the appearance before the committee. The time of the committee sitting, affected technical investees had either regularized the transactions or refunded amounts expanded without due regard to laid down regulations in compliance with the recommendations of the Auditor General. The Speaker, in this report, a total amount of 10.1 million or 78.8 million out of the total irregularities of 12.8 million has been resolved. It is prudent to note that many of the institutions resolved the irregularities after they were served with invitation to appear before the Public Accounts Committee. So, Mr. Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee is also helping, making sure that these irregularities are resolved. I second the motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, no members for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the report, ably moved by the chairman and seconded by the report. Support the motion by the chairman and seconded by the Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House to the end of the report. Mr. Speaker, under the Tamale Technical Investee, the committee was confronted with an issue titled Unsubstantiated Trade Creditors. Mr. Speaker, what this meant was that as much as 451,000 Ghana was lost to the investee as a result of this infraction. The Speaker, to the extent that when the committee appeared, when the investee appeared before the committee, were informed that the matter had to go before IOCO for some investigation to be conducted into the matter. But the committee, Mr. Speaker, had to recommend to management that they should expedite the investigating process to ascertain the veracity of the claim of the traders. Mr. Speaker, this matter, I think that the House ought to take a position on it, since I believe that next year when we are confronting the infractions in the 2022 report, it may come up, especially when the investigation tarries and the report is not submitted to management for action. Mr. Speaker, under the Bolgatanga Technical Investee, page 9, paragraph 8, subparagraph 2, sub 2. Mr. Speaker, it was discovered again that the investee auctioned some number of vehicles without approval from the Chief of Staff. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the House that when we consider the 2019 reports and matters of this nature cropped up at the Kumasi Technical Investee, the report was presented to the House, and the House directed that there was no need, pursuant to the provisions under the public procurement law, for them to seek approval from the Office of the Chief of Staff before these vehicles that either are falling to desuetude, either have become obsolete, or practically unmotorable, to be auctioned for some proceeds to be earned. But management of the investors continue to write to the Office of the Chief of Staff for approval, which is in clear breach of the law. And Mr. Speaker, so we have also directed the auditors that cannot amount to an infraction for them to cite the institutions for not complying. Mr. Speaker, the other matter that I want to touch on, Mr. Speaker, is on page 11 of the report. Mr. Speaker, under the same investee, we again discovered that the investee failed to enforce some bond conditions. What this means is that some staff were bonded and were given, were granted sabbatical leave to either go on steady leave or to go and do some other things that the investee funded. but these persons, upon completion of their training, refuse to return to the university to continue their service with the university. And the difficulty that the universities had was that they failed to enforce the bond that they entered into with this staff, and therefore it occasioned some financial loss to the university, because a lot of time they continue to pay them. Mr. Speaker, the other matter that I want to touch on is under the University of Cape Coast. The infraction that we discovered was that it was similar. Yes, this is a Cape Coast Technical University. Yes. And it's a similar infraction, Mr. Speaker. So I think the House must make a certain pronouncement on the matter, whether the universities can continue to offer steady leave with pay to persons who are in their employ and who seeks to go on steady leave for further studies, whether they should continue to pay them, because in a lot of the occasions, these persons, they finish their studies, then they get better offers. Either they move to other universities, or they remain in the countries where they went to study and refuse to come back home. Mr. Speaker, under the whole technical university, the issue that we just raised with the district assemblies also crop up. That is routine transactions, not through the GIFME system, which also occasions some loss to the institution, as much as 1.1 million Ghana cedis. Management had been encouraged to put their house in order and ensure that all transactions are routed through the system. Mr. Speaker, I know that my other colleagues are yearning to have a bite. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to adopt the motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The report, the House has adopted the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the Universities of Technical Universities for the financial year ended 31st December 2020. Yes.
Speaker, page 23, and we have set item 32. Item 32 on page 23.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we could have taken the third reading yesterday, but it was not advertised. So we can go ahead and take it.
Very well, item 32, motion by the Minister for Education. Yes.
So I will seek your leave for it to be taken by the Deputy Minister.
Why? Why is the Minister? He was not here throughout the
The Minister was here in the morning and leadership had some discussion with him. There are some other matters equally important that he's attending to. Speaker, with your leave.
So who is taking it on his behalf?
Deputy Minister, the Honorable.
All right, very well. Yes, you may move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Commission for UNESCO Bill 2022 be now read the second time. The third time, sorry, I so move. The third time.
Yes.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion for third reading of the UNESCO Bill 2022 has been moved and seconded. I'll put a question. All in favor of the House adopting motion number 32 on page 23 of today's order paper, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to establish the Ghana Commission for UNESCO to implement the objects and perform the functions of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the UNESCO Bill 2022 is now read a third time and passed. Yes, you would.
Speaker, we are ready for item 6 now. Item 6 on page 3.
Yes. Honourable Chief Whip of the Minority.
Mr. Speaker, colleagues have asked questions, and the minister is here, so I guess let's take the question.
Very well. Honourable Minister for Energy. Yes.
Speaker, we'll seek your leave for the questions to be answered by the Honourable Deputy Minister, one of our own, because the minister, substantive minister, is out of jurisdiction.
Yes. Very well. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister, you may take your seat. Question number 310, to be asked by the Honourable Member for Krashi East, Mr. Wisdom Gidisu. Question number 443, to be asked by the Honourable Member for Southong, Takobna Mensa Woyome.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the following communities in the Krachi. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy the steps the ministry is taking to carry out routine dredging.
No. Yes, sir.
Right, Honourable Speaker. The first question has to do with question 310, but that is in the name of Wisdom Gidisu. And the second one is rather the one in the name of Kobina Mensa Woyome. So we jumped the first.
No, I didn't. I called the first one. He was not here to answer, so I moved to the second one. Yes, go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy the steps the ministry is taking to carry out routine dredging of the rivers around the following communities located at the lower Volta Basin. 1. Agave Apadume. Number 2, Jetapwe. 3, Avegweme. 4, Keseve. And 5, Agodume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Volta River Authority operates a dredger Volta River to serve the needs of the shoreline community. But the efficiency of the VRA dredger has decreased considerably after 30 years in operation. The dredger is scheduled to undergo major rehabilitation next year. In the meantime, VRA contracted 2 companies in 2018 to strengthen its ability and continue shoreline reclamation interventions under the Lower Volta Dredging and Aquatic Weed Harvesting Project Initiative. The contract was procured through a competitive tendering process and was awarded in lots of 2 to 2 contractors as follows. The first contractor got for sand dredging. The first contractor got lot 1, 2, and 3, which is Akuse to Abako, Avako to Aklapanu, and Alapanu to Sugakope Bridge. The second contractor won the lot 4, which is Sugakope Bridge to Agutaga, and lot 5, Agutaga to Estuary at Ada. The second contractor again won for
the weed harvesting, lots 1, 2, and 3, which are Pong Head Pond and Akuse to Sogakope, and then the third one is Sogape to estuary at Adan. The companies are to dredge the river channel to reduce sedimentation and ease water transport of goods and people in the south-north direction. Ensure sufficient seawater intrusion into the river to sustain aquatic life that thrives in a semi-saline environment and harvest aquatic weeds to destroy the habitat for snails that serve as Bilharzia vestes, thereby reducing the prevalence of disease. One of the contractors has secured all the necessary permits, while the other is in the process of finalizing the permit acquisition from the Minerals Commission. It is expected that the contractor will be ready to start dredging this quarter. Agave, Afidomi, and Avigome communities will benefit directly from the implementation of the lower voltage dredging and aquatic weed harvesting, while Jotokwe, Kesivi, and Agodo communities will be secondary beneficiaries of the project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister throw more light on what he meant by Jetokwe, Keseve, and Agodo communities will be secondary beneficiaries of the project?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, basically what that means is they are not going to benefit directly, but as a result of the work that will be done upstream, they will benefit, and that is what he meant by the secondary beneficiary.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why these are two geographical areas, they are separate geographical areas. So you'll be doing the dredging in the main channel. These are tributaries. And so I just can't really understand how the main channel will have some effect here. Or you'll be deploying some other contractors, or maybe you'll be doing, I don't know how. So if you can let us appreciate how you intend to carry those out.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the description given by the Honourable Member, it looks as if what I said is really apt. Since they are the tributaries and the work is really going to be based mainly on the main river, that probably will be some sort of what you might call a subcontract, I don't know. But they'll do some work on it as a secondary benefit for the communities there, based on what you describe as estuaries.
Probably our office for me to understand better what actually you intend to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question number 587. I don't know, member for Pandai, Daniel Salawapal. Excuse me? Honorable member for Pandai, ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask Minister for Energy when the following community will be connected to national grid: Adekope, Kachepe, Otukope, Seakra, Bola, Mambendo, Majado, Mfimado, Community, Topapani. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Adakope, Kacha, Teklukope, Sekura, Bola, Mabendo, Majado, Infiamado, Komunisu, and Tipapani do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of the electrification program when funds become available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the minister's response, the main mention that the communities listed are not for part of the ministry ongoing classification project. Mr. Speaker, the following communities, that's Majadu, that's Community, Mwambendo, Topapani, Banajadu, Infumadu, posts have been erected, and then the wiring have been done and has seen been abandoned. Mr. Speaker, is it that the ministries, is it that it could be oversight from the ministries that the boy or the people went to do the what do you call it? I mean, the research has not done, thorough job because the posts have been erected since 2020, and all those communities have been wired, and they have abandoned the site. But from your response, you are saying they are not part of the. So I don't know what you are talking about. Is it that you didn't do due diligence at the site or the communities, or you sat and cry here and then they just cook something for you to come and tell stories? I want to know. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, per our records at the ministry, they do not form part of any of the ministry's projects that are ongoing. But now that you have drawn our attention, when I get back to the office, I will task my guys to have a second look. And if indeed some work has already been done, it's even better for us to then continue to some conclusion. So please, I will crave your indulgence to bear with us, and we will send people there to have a look, and then we take it from there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Minister, you agree with me that this person is the second time asking it, and I want you to assure me, once you now know that they have erected posts there and those communities have been wired, I want you to assure that this house that by the time we return, those communities will be powered. I want the assurance for you, because we never knew that those communities have been, posts have been erected, not even pool, and have been wired. And since 2020, they did this thing before 2020 election, and they have abandoned the site. Is it that this thing was done because of vote or for vote? So, having lost the seats, then you abandon it? I want to know.
Honorable, that question has been answered. Now you said you want his assurance. He says when money becomes available, think it's fair to ask him to give you assurance when he's not sure when money will be available. So,
thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think I've been this here for the past 2.5 years. Anytime you ask the question, the ministers will come and assure that when monies are available, we want to know when at all money will be available in this house. Because anytime you ask a question, they will come and answer. It's just like the same answer they have been repeating every day. As of when monies are made available. We want to know for the minister, when would money be available for us to stop asking these questions?
Honorable, do you know when money will be available?
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I really do not know. But I can assure my honorable friend that he's been here only 2.5 years. So please have some patience and as soon as the money comes, it's of course it's in our interest. We want to electrify the nation. We now at about 87.5%, and our target by end of next year should be 90% or more. So we really want to electrify as much as we can of the country. So please have patience. Ask and when the money comes, we will electrify your towns and villages for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question number 589, Honourable Member from Kranza North, Joseph Kwesi Mensah. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the following communities in the Kranza North constituency will be connected to the national grid: Nipenhiamwa, Medina, Asioti, Betoda, Dinkra, Kunso, Amiokrum, Pienina, Johnson Manguase, Abritre Krum, and Anafo. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Tianina and Junction Amangwasi communities, they do form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing SHOP 4 rural electrification project in the Nkwansa North constituency of the Bono East region. The delays in the execution of the electrification project in these communities are as a result of shortages in some of the key materials, including transformers, conductors, poles, and others. The ministry is taking the deliveries of some of these materials and will arrange for the release of same for installation works to resume at site. The Ministry of Energy expects to complete the installation works in these communities by the end of the second quarter of 2024. The Ministry of Energy has conducted engineering survey in the Nipenhiamwa, Medina, Esuoti, Betoda, Dinkra, Kuso, and Amiyaokrom communities as part of the ministry's last mile electrification survey for consideration in the subsequent phases of the electrification program. Abritre Krom and Anafo communities do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing projects. These communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national grid in subsequent electrification projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Minister's answer, he stated that Nipenhiamwa, Medina, Asioti, Beto, Dadin, Kunso, and Amiokrum communities are part of the Minister's last mile electrification survey for consideration in the subsequent phase of the electrification program. Honourable Minister, Nipenhiamwa and Medina, the high tension passes through these communities, and there is a transformer at Nipenhiamwa. What is the minister doing to get Nipenhiamwa and Medina especially to be connected to the national grid? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been taken aback a little bit by what the Honourable Member just said, that there is a transformer at Nipenhiamwa, because transformers tend to be installed after when most of the construction work has been done. I am a little bit surprised. So again, I will ask the Honourable Member to have patience for us to go back. Fortunately, I have some of our engineers here who can hear what is going on right now. For us to go back, have a look at it, and then I will advise him accordingly as to what we are going to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, very well. Question number 748, Honorable Member for Sola Tuna Kalba, Andrew Dari Chiwite.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask the Minister for Energy what is the status of the electrification projects in the following communities in the Sola Tuna Kalba constituency. I, Beneyiri, I, Napala, I, Sogo Yiri, IV, Konkrompe, V, Jang, and then VI, Porju. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities Benyiri, Nakala, Sogoyiri, Krope, and Jan and Poriju do not form part of any of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing SHEP rural electrification program in the Sola Tuna Kalba constituency of the Upper West region. However, engineering survey has been carried out at Benyiri, Nakala, Sogoyiri, and Poriju communities for consideration in the subsequent phases of the electrification program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, before I come with my question, kindly permit me to make a little correction. Sola Tuna Kalba is in the Savannah region, not Upper West region, Mr. Speaker. So this should be noted. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit surprised at the answer. Honourable Minister, is your ministry aware that these communities have poles erected? Some of them have wires, cables hanged on the wires. Korji, for instance, what they only need is a transformer to power the community. All these were done close to the 2020 elections. Are you aware such materials have been sent to these communities? Or we are not aware at all? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the answer I gave, we obviously are not aware. These are some of the things that tend to fall through the net sometimes. But I will again ask you to, the Honourable Member, to have patience. We go back, we have a look, and I will personally advise him as to what is happening on the ground, and then the subsequent decisions that will be taken as to the completion of this particular electrification project is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Especially with the Kolju community that I said they need only a transformer. Honourable Minister, I know it's difficult. You keep saying when you have money, you will do that. But this one is just a transformer. And you indicated that you have subsequent phases to do. But you have not given us timelines. You have not given us when the other phases that will come on board. But whilst we wait for the other phases, a community like Kolju where we need only a transformer, will your ministry consider working at getting a transformer for us to get the community connected, Kolju connected whilst we wait for the other communities? Napara, for instance, if you get there, you can count about 12 poles. It's a big community, but they just erected only 12 poles. There are some communities that they have about 20 poles, and those ones I'm not worried about. But Kolju, we just need only a transformer. Please, Honourable Minister.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can assure my honourable colleague that we're going to do exactly that. Like I said, we are not aware, but if you are telling us that all that is left to complete this particular job is a transformer, we will definitely, like I said, my guys are here, we will definitely go and have a look. We will call the consultant, have a look, and if that is the only thing we need to complete the job, we will do just that. If that is subject to there being a transformer in our warehouse, of course. Thank you.
Very well. Question number 764. In the name of the Honourable Member for Karachi West, Helen Ms. Helen Adjuantoso. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy whether the ministry has plans to extend mini grids to the island communities in the Karachi West constituency.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has captured all the islands in the Karachi West district for mini-grid electrification. The ministry is currently preparing bidding documents to commence the procurement process for mini-grid infrastructure for those islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, from the minister's answer, he said they've captured all the islands in the Karachi West constituency or district. May I know from the Honourable Minister the islands that he has captured, so that if he has left some, I can make an input. May I know the communities?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the islands that have been captured by the ministry are Zatake, Old Otisu, and Topo. Mr. Speaker, just for the records, I personally sat in a dugout boat for 2.5 hours from Karachi to one of the islands to commission a mini-grid some 3 years ago. So it's something that the ministry is really very keen on, electrifying all these. And indeed, we have captured 35 mini-grids for island communities within the Volta catchment area. So, Honourable Josu, the islands that have been mentioned, yes, we hope by the end of the year the procurement process would have been done, and we will commence the installation work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're done. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question.
Very well. Question number 772. The name of the honourable member for Utu Senior West, Mrs. Gisela Tete-Agotui.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister of Energy when the following communities will be connected to the national grid: Obonase, Betinfa, New Odumase, Atu Ekura, Bekutri, Okonfo Ekura, Anan, Jakau, Kobnata, and Abojise. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Energy, through the ECG, has conducted engineering survey in Obonase, Betinfa, New Odumase, Atu Ekura, Kwakutri, Okonfo Ekura, Jakau, Kobnata, and Abojesi communities in the Awutu Senya West district in the central region. The ministry is currently awaiting response from the ECG, following which the scope of works will be assessed and earmarked for electrification when funds become available. The ministry expects to receive the survey from ECG by middle of August 2023. The Anan community is not under any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The community has been noted and will be considered for connection to the national grid in subsequent phases of the electrification program when funds become available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I filed this question last year and it has repeated itself. But the good thing about the question being repeated is that the ministry also gives you a real update of where they are and where they have gone through the process. Mr. Minister, I facilitated the ECG survey, so I'm very much aware of this and also we're awaiting the report. But I will plead that after the survey, let there be another step in the right direction of being able to implement the power connection for some of these communities, because this is the 21st century, and I'm so close to the Greater Accra. I'm so close to Accra, yes, I have 23 communities that don't have electricity. In addition to that, Mr. Minister, the Anan community, which is not under any of the ministry's ongoing projects, is also so close to the Upper West Akim boundary between Eastern region, the northern boundary between Eastern region and Central region, which is Upper West Akim and Nautu Senya West. I'll plead that sometimes if something can cross over, if power can cross over a boundary, a regional boundary, that could also be considered. If it's not too close to my side, at least it's close to Eastern region. Thank you very much.
This was a comment for his advice. Or
Yes, Mr.
Very
Speaker,
well.
we all want assurance. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, just for the records, the honourable member requested for 10 communities to be surveyed, and we've done 23. 23 have been surveyed. So it goes to show how serious we are in wanting to connect Nautu Senya, which is very close, like you said, to Greater Accra. The assurance is given. Thank you.
very well. The last question is in the name of the honourable member for Prestea Huni Valley, Mr. Robert Wisdom Kujo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy steps taken to ensure that the foreign communities also get their fair share of the rural electrification projects. Kofi Krom, Nyamiasi, Nazareth, Ebu Kofi Krom, Bechre, Al-Hassan, Gambia, and Towada.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Nazareth, Gambia, and Towada communities, together with 6 others, have been earmarked to benefit under the ministry's ongoing electrification project being executed under the Phase 2 of the Volta Eastern Ashanti, Bongahafo, that's Bono Eastern Ahafo, and Western regions by Mrs. China International Water and Electric Corporation. The delays are due to issues with the Sinosure insurance in respect of the loan facility on the part of the Chinese government. The Kofi Krom, Nyamia Se, Abu Kofi Krom, Bechre, and Al-Hassan communities do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of electrification program when funds become available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, he has assigned reason for why those projects have delayed. Is there any steps taken to resolve those challenges around why these delays?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there has been a bit of a problem as far as Sinosure is concerned. The Ministry of Finance is leading a discussion between Ghana and the Chinese authorities to try and resolve this issue. It's very much on the hot burner of the Ministry of Finance. So I can assure you that we have not turned a blind eye to it. A lot of work is being done to try and resolve this impasse between Ghana and China as far as the Sinosure is concerned. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've taken note of this problem. Whenever my question has a concluding remark such as your project will be considered in the subsequent program or your project will be considered subject to availability of funds, it is equal as my project will never be considered. So I want Minister to brief this House when this current phase will be completed to give way for the subsequent phases he's talking about, whereby my projects or communities will be considered.
Yes, Honorable Minister, when will the current phase end? Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I've already given the answer to that we are working to resolve this, and as soon as that is resolved, I cannot, standing here, give you a date when the problems will be resolved. But as I said, a lot of discussion is going on to and fro to try and resolve it. And as soon as it is done, it's not only your community. There are a lot of communities, as you heard, Ashanti, Eastern, Western, Brown, Hafo, a whole lot that we are really trying to resolve. So please bear with us, and as soon as the problem is resolved, these communities will be electrified. Thank you.
You have done your 3 follow-up questions. Very well. Sorry, I haven't given you the floor.
Yes, Speaker.
I haven't given you the floor. Can you resume your seat? Mr. Buzobudusu, very well. For being a senior member, I'll go back and give you the opportunity to ask question 310.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise towards the Minister for Energy when the following communities in Karachi's constituency will be connected to the national grid: Betinasi, Napua Alavanyo, Bogede, Chamikofe, Adokofe, Udumasi, Sikeli, Alamblo, and Ulubu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Betinasi, Napo Alavanyo, Bogedi, Siamekope, Adokope, Udumase, Alamblo, and Ulobu have been earmarked to benefit under the ministry's ongoing electrification project being executed under the phase 2 of the Volta Eastern, Ashanti, Bongahafo, and Western regions by Mrs. China International Water and Electric Corporation. The delays are due to an issue with the sanitary insurance in respect of the loan facility on the part of the Chinese government. However, the Sikeli community does not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The community has been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of the electrification programs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's stanza, he stated that delays are due to an issue with the senior insurance in respect of the loan facility on the part of Chinese government. Can the minister throw a bit light on this issue that has actually delayed this important project? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend was not here. I've just given the reasons to honourable member from Huni Valley. Basically, there is a little bit of an impasse between the Ghana and the Chinese part. And then the Sinosure is right in the middle. That's the insurance company of China that insures all facilities that come into Ghana. Ministry of Finance is leading the discussion between Ghana and the Chinese government to try and resolve the issues. And as soon as that is done, the road will be sort of open for the funds to come in to complete your communities and others, including Huni Valley, which I just explained. Thank you very much. Next time, come early. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, is the Chinese company involved China Water?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's China Water.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, are you affected as well?
Yes, you know China Water has affected me. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I want to find out from the Minister the assurance he's given to this House and Madam Mariko Karachi is now that there are issues and he doesn't know actually when those issues will be resolved. regarding the finance ministry. I want to know whether he can give us an assurance, or what assurance is he giving to this House with regard to this important project, because it's long overdue. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I can assure you that as soon as they sort out the difficulties that is persisting, the electrification project will restart again. That is all the assurance I can give you. Apart from that, the Ministry of Energy is not part of the negotiation between finance and the Chinese government. So I'm not really privy. All I do know is that there's a lot of discussion going on between the two sides. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are now discharged. Honorable members, it's past 13 hours, so I'll bring proceedings to a close, and the House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, August 3rd, 2023 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.